Okay. Where the hell was I? It's true. I'm ready to go. For emergencies only, which I have had one. Okay. Am I just completely blind? Am I just literally not seeing him? Hi, Michael. Right now I'm admittedly fighting off a pretty bad headache. Probably in part because of the sleep issue, but that's what it is. It's okay, I actually did get to lay down for... Oh, there he is! There he is! I literally didn't see him.
Who's there, huh? Old Bill can't see too good these days. Is that you, Fred? I ain't got no booze tonight, so you may as well get the hell out of here.
But yeah, fighting off a headache, so please forgive me. I will do the best I can to be entertaining, or at least informative, as we review this sucker. I mean, this is a beloved game for a reason, but I really feel like we're gonna have a little bit of Final Fantasy Mystic Quest problem here. MQ syndrome? Does that sound good? FFMQ syndrome? I heard you can tell me why everyone's getting sick.
Yeah, I might be able to. But I'm awful thirsty tonight, mister. Could you spare $5 for a man who's been down on his luck?
Yeah, here you go.
Thank you much. I'm going to have to go pick up some hooch. For medicinal purposes, you know.
Sure.
Now, I know you ain't going to believe old Bill, because I've been telling my friends and the cops and everyone since it happened. And people just say that it's the hooch talking and nothing more.
Okay. I'll believe you, Bill.
It was a monster, you see. Monster with his face all twisted and ugly, teeth longer than your finger, and these eyes piss yellow and full of hate. I've never seen eyes like that before. Still giving me bad dreams.
So what happened?
He grabbed me, threw me over his shoulder, took me to the bad place, the dark place. Oh, God, the smell. Worse than anything I've... And then he bit me. My neck. Oh, God, it was horrible. Don't remember too much after that. Blacked out and woke up here in my alley. Haven't been feeling too well since then.
Where'd the monster take you?
Came up through the sewers, he did. Just around the corner there. Don't want to go back to the bad place, friend. Don't let the monster come back and take me there.
Stay with me, Bill. Everything's gonna be okay until you die of the blood disease that you have. Well. I'm sorry, Bill. I don't actually know what the afterlife is like in this setting for anyone who isn't a vampire. Which I suppose is sad, right? The only afterlife I know about is vampires, but yeah, whatever. $5 back? We'll burn it with them. In the D&D game that I'm playing in right now, I am currently actively carrying around a corpse to be buried properly later. It's okay, though, because I just found out about Zugtmoy. And if you don't know who that is, don't worry about it. And if you do... Oops, wrong button. Well, I really need the rats now. That's true. True faith is a thing. That's actually absolutely true. So for those of you not aware, there's a concept called true faith. I've only interacted with it once in actual gameplay. The idea is if someone really actually means it, like they really do believe, and they believe the right thing, and they are connected in the right way, and yada 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 yada. You know, in other words, if it's real, then it has impact, like significant impact. You know, true faith is pretty damn strong. Go figure. It's also exceptionally rare, at least in my experience, as I just mentioned. I mean, I don't know, Zach. To have Maestro is worth it. Yeah, Discworld is not a bad comparison. Hi, Ross. Yeah, that ending, to this freaking day, that ending hits me. And I've seen that show a lot. Well, the Hulk, first of all, Zach Taft. After that, probably Stark. And I don't know who else. Kime? Kime would probably be a Bruja, honestly. Just straight up, in an old-fashioned style. I like how our saves are still taking forever, by the way, because Source Engine. Even though we've had a restart since then. The hell are you?
Brother Canker, they called me. High Lord in the diseased halls of the dead. Look around you. The blood. The bloated bodies. The maggot-ridden mortal shells. These are the signs. The coming of a new age.
You're referring to the Brotherhood of the Ninth Circle.
The Brotherhood of the Ninth Circle. The darkest dawn is almost upon us. Join us in these last nights, spreading our disease upon the earth, sharing this unholy communion with our human herd.
Why are you feeding on the homeless?
They are the weak, sick, hopeless. I bring them a new purpose. They are the vessels of darkness, carrying the diseased truth in their veins.
I've always sort of automatically assumed this is Sabbat. Either deliberate or byproduct, considering how Sabbat recruit.
The doors have been opened, the seals broken, and the final steps into the abyss. The terrible mysteries of the Ninth Circle.
So can I kill you now?
Come, join the disciples who have gathered here. Floating in their own putrescence. I will show you the mysteries of our brotherhood as I feed on your flesh!
Okay. Whoops, wrong one. Oh, he hurts. We are so weak. I've been leveling my melee too, and we just do not have it. Yep, okay. So that's that's a thing that happened. And yes, I did. Sorry about Balbashin. I already did the Thin Blood chain. Well, there are certainly vampires that are at the level of werewolves, but generally speaking, in a one-on-one, a werewolf is probably going to crush a vampire. Until you get to the high-level vampires, which arguably aren't even in this game. Unless you count, you know, the big two. One moment. I'm not cheating or anything, I'm just looking something up. I'm curious. I already did that one. And that one. I guess that's it? Yeah. Well, powerful vampires are basically reality warpers. So once you get to that level, yeah. Think of it, a good way to parallel it in simplistic terms is warriors versus mages. A really high-level mage is going to crush a really high-level warrior, but a low-level and a mid-level warrior is probably going to win against a mid- or low-level mage. The arc of power progression is just, it's a different curve, right? And mages, they're over there. They're over there doing their paradox removal thing. The reason there's so many there, Crazy Norse, is because I haven't bothered to count. And if I don't put anything there, then people will wig out on me, and I don't want people to wig out on me. Don't wig out. Don't wig out. It's okay. It's okay. But I am checking a few things. I think that's actually it for that. Okay. All right. Now let's do this again. Our Sabat kept secret. I mean, hey Harant, you know that gang shootout that happened down the street? That was actually vampires. Well, you don't believe me for some reason? Well, that's okay because no one else does either. That's being simplistic, but that's one of the more common excuses you toss out. Yeah, I didn't think so.
The door. The brother. The brother. Come.
Okay. Hopefully it gets to hit him before I can even do anything. Look at that. Over half my health in 2 strikes. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Wow. Man. Well, that's been the game. Anyway, so that's been Vampire the Masquerade. I hope you've enjoyed that. Let's see, what's the next game we're playing? I think the next game we're playing is another one. Hang on, let's see here. Honestly, it occurs to me, I've actually already given this game a negative for its leveling design. And I don't give a damn. Yeah, there's a lot of jank, boss fights are bad, and probably going to be a negative. Not just this one. There's several boss fights in this game which are just... ugh. I'm just going to actually jot that down as a potential boss fights. Whoops, wrong button. I do have 10 experience I could burn on raising physical another step, for example, which I think I will actually do. Yes, I've canceled the game, Aurorix. I'm never playing it again. Ever, ever, ever.
On your way down here, did you?
Yeah, that is a perfect example of a blah boss, Kira Buenos, I agree. Come on.
The brat. The door. Come. Oh, yeah.
Not that I'm aware of, Harian. Hey, Narset. Yeah, we've played several CRPGs on camera, you're absolutely right. And this game really likes to pigeonhole you into boss fights. Yeah, the combat itself, the core combat is not good. The most tactical thought there is in this game, other than buffing, is swing, swing, don't swing. Swing, swing, don't swing. It's about as involved as the core combat gets. And it occurs to me I should jot that down as a negative, too. Is why we have the audit list. Because core combat is something a lot of games get positives for, and some get negatives for. So, we're going to go ahead and turn that back off. That's funny, Space Pagan. Yes, I did. And yes, it's on the list, Narset, for a... Oh, that's buggy. Oh, that's buggy. For a 20-hour run. Yeah, I, dealt with that fight appropriately. Yeah, it's probably going to be one of the most boring runs I've ever done, but as I just told someone else who also donated for a game I don't think should be streamed, it's your money. Assuming it ever gets funded. Remember, just to be 100% clear about this, if you donate money towards a run that doesn't get funded, that's not a guarantee. Until that's in the queue, that is not a guarantee of a run. Any of those can be axed for any reason at any time. There is no legal requirement here. Not that that's come up yet, but establishing the legality of the situation is something that's come to my attention lately. That's something that I should be nice and clear about. It's probably also worth noting that the main reason for clarifying the legality on that is because you are not buying a service from me. You are donating, and I am thanking you by running a game that you want me to run. Exactly, Narset. It probably won't get axed, by the way, just to be 100% honest about that. I sound harsh, but that's just because I tend to be absolute when it comes to that sort of thing. Which I'm describing wrong. Let me try that again. Let's say you decide to come work for me, and I'm your boss, and I say, alright, you screw up, and you're gone. No second chances, okay? Now you're like, oh god, no! And I'm like, alright, hang on. What I mean by that is if you really screw up, right? Like, you show up to work drunk, or, you know, you piss on a customer, or you cuss someone out in the middle of the thing, you're gone. Otherwise, we're cool. And anybody who's worked under me can attest to the fact that 99% of the time, I'm cool. It's the same thing with the donations thing. 99% of the time, yeah, sure, whatever. But if someone wanted to come after me and be like, well, I paid for that run. No, you didn't. Yes, you can, Mr. Ed, and plenty of people do. So, can you donate towards an MMO? There's actually, I think, like 8 different MMO runs currently on the books. None of them are funded yet. But yes. Yeah, it's a donation, not a contract. And I hate to keep re-stressing that, but it's something I really do need to be mentioning. As, for lack of a better way to put it, the environment for streaming is getting a little bit more scary the more time goes on. It will be interesting, though, to do what is effectively a text adventure. It'll be a long time since I played the last one. The last one I would have played would have been NetHack, and that would have been like 10 years ago. I also have to admit, I tend to have a... Oh, there's lots of reasons, Sean. Legality is slowly entering the streaming world, and that's generally a bad thing. Do I think MMORPGs are dying? No, I think MMORPGs died a while ago. The currently existing ones are the exceptions. MMOs as a concept died out. Nowadays we have service games. Anyways. And yeah, I'd get the downloaded one. Obviously not the browser one, Narsa. But yeah, I will admit, and this is possibly a flaw of mine, one of the things that I tend to do as well is I reserve the right to absolute choice just so all my bases are covered. You know what I mean? Let me explain that a little bit. I just said it earlier. I actually said an actual example of this. I reserve the right to actual run for any reason. If I feel like it, if I flip a coin, if I roll a dice, if I'm drunk, except I don't get drunk. Now I don't use that though. I just like having the option available because covering bases, right? It's that absolute thing I just mentioned. So far I've axed, I think, a grand total of 6 runs, and all of them were because we couldn't get a hold of the game in question. But I like having that option. I don't want to be loitered into a corner. You know what I mean? Good evening, Dector. So what are service games? Well, I'll start by saying what I consider to be one of the better service games out there that isn't an MMO, because MMOs actually are service games, but it's more like service game is the umbrella term and MMO is a subdivision. So let's ignore MMOs for a moment. The best service game out there, in my opinion, is The Division. No, really. Have you ever played The Division 1? Because it's a surprisingly good game. No one was more surprised than me. I've played through The Division 3 times now. All the way through the campaign. It's surprisingly fun. Now, we don't do the service aspect of it, you know, the repeatable missions and the grind in the post-game. We just play through the campaign. I will mention I've never played it alone. You know, I've never played it without a friend, but it was pretty legit. I usually like to be the person, so Pax would be the person with the turret, and Gary was usually the one with the healing bombs and whatnot. Me, I had the shield. I was right up front with the shield, and that was awesome. Anyways, moving on. For me, Destiny 2, because I never played Destiny 1. Destiny 2 had a little bit of the puddle problem. There's a decent chunk there, but it didn't really have a lot of depth, and that's one of the things that just dragged me out of the game. It was effectively just a shooter. And that's fine. It just didn't keep my interest. Well, EVE Online is an MMO, Deckfish, so therefore, yes. Are service games dying? Yes, absolutely. What we're seeing right now is there's an economic term for this. There's actually a mathematic term for this as well. I forget what it's called. It's when the curves, when the curves on the graph don't align. So we've got, you know, interest, right? And then we've got the companies trying to push and support something. Okay, so they ramp up and then they try to push something and then it dies off. And the interest from the customers' interest raises, gets there, and then dies off. And these two tend to do this, because it's usually the interest rises, then the company picks up, and by the time at which most companies are really pushing a particular game or genre, interest is on its way down, and then eventually the company support goes down. Right now, we're at the point where interest in service games is already very far down the curve, and eventually, I'd say probably another year or two, company interest will go back down as they realize they're just not getting the return on investment. It's happened many, many, many times before with basically any genre of video game you can think of, and most genres of television shows and movies.
Set.
So, do you know what this symbol is?
Yeah, I've seen this. Pretty sure I've seen it around here somewhere. One of the buildings, I think.
I'll go look for it, thanks.
Ugh, fucking cammies. I just want to kill them!
Yeah, I don't remember the term, I'm sorry. There is a term for that. And it even makes perfect logical sense, because interest rises almost always because of coincidence. Something happens and, oh my god, this is good! EverQuest. You know, it's usually a codifier game, or book, or movie, or show that really explodes the interest level of the audience. And companies it takes years to make stuff. So by natural definition, any company trying to capitalize on a trend is doing so behind the curve, right? Because it's like, oh crap, we're only aware of it now, right? Yeah, Iron Man is a perfect example of that. The movie Iron Man, nobody expected Iron Man to explode the way it did. And it birthed the MCU and has changed several aspects of cinema history as a direct consequence of it. Alright, so let's see if we can find this building. EverQuest was also an exploder, S.A. Ross, but we're not talking about it deliberately, no. Anyways, simplistic games are on the rise. So that's a little bit too, ironically, simplistic of a statement. What's actually happening here is the gaming... let me walk that back a second. The number of people who play video games has gone up so much that the audience is just... It is so huge that what you have is a bit of sample size theory going on. That a large number... Because there's so many more people playing... The number of those people, the percent of those people who only have time for something simple or basic or turn off your brainy is larger than it otherwise would be. In other words, the same audience is still there for games that are more involved or games that are more complex or games that are more intensive. It's just there is also now so many other people who just want something that they can just be like, alright, look. And within reason, no judgment, to be completely honest. If it wasn't for the ridiculously severe financial consequences and the predatory practices of Mobage, I wouldn't give a damn. You want to play some dice tower defense game? Go for it. And yeah, Star Wars is quite correct, ironically. The trendsetter usually survives. Okay, so where is this place? I'm just going to look this up. I'm just going to look it up. Where am I going? Where am I going? Okay. I know where that is. Roughly. Well, see, EverQuest, this is actually debatable. Because EverQuest, even though it wasn't actually the MMO innovator, was the MMO innovator. By contrast, there it is. WoW, let's be honest with ourselves, was the MMO codifier. And I know that sounds strange, given that there were literally dozens of MMOs before WoW, but really, very, very few of them had lasting or staying power until World of Warcraft came out. World of Warcraft was the codifier for MMOs. And after that, virtually every MMO after that was designed in the model of, or style of, what we nowadays refer to as the theme park MMO. Yeah, exactly. There were FPSs before Doom, but Doom is what codified the FPS. That's why we call it codifier instead of innovator. It's usually pretty easy to identify a codifier. Innovators is trickier, because you can really go back, historically speaking, when it comes to innovation. I'm excited for VTMB 2. I was, and now I'm not. We'll see if it ever comes out, Deckfish. I mean, it'd be nice if it does. You never know.
What's up, brother? You enlightened?
I'm super enlightened.
I see. Welcome to the Brotherhood. The bishop will see you upstairs.
Thanks. Oh yeah, this is going to be another fight. So let me go ahead and grab my shotgun here. That's a good example. Although I think there was one before Afraid of the Dark too, but it's still a good example. Not many people even know about Afraid of the Dark. But everyone knows about Resident Evil, and for good reason. I don't Don Crow, but I admittedly don't really notice it that much.
Hey, did you get summoned? You're going upstairs to see the bishop?
Yeah. Yeah, summoned?
You're new to the Brotherhood, huh? Just got enlightened? I've been here a few days. When the bishop wants to see you, you'll be summoned. And then you go up these stairs up to the temple.
What goes on in the temple?
I don't know. I mean, I hear things, but I haven't been summoned. I had a friend snuck up there a few days ago. Said she saw things, bad things. Yeah.
What'd you see?
Blood. She said, blood
that's
everywhere. She saw a few of the summoned to try to talk to them, but they just stared at her with these blank looks, you know. One of them started reaching for her, and she ran away.
Yeah, maybe you should leave.
Yeah. I know. The bishop said we have to shed our earthly fears on our journey to the ninth circle, but I'm scared to go upstairs. I just want to go home. You know, I want to go home.
Maybe you really should go home then. Get the hell out of Dodge. Good lord. Alright, hang on, I need to check some. Where's my gun skill? Hey, I actually have some bash, or, oh, of course I have some soak. I don't have any aggravated soak. Okay, so that's pushed by perception and firearms, which I have no skills in. Oh my god. How do I summarize this game? We're vampires! I could give you a more verbose version than that, but that's a pretty good summary, I think. What brand? If you think of vampires, there's actually a pretty decent chance you're thinking of VTM vampires. This is pretty much the bog standard vampires in many ways. Not in a bad way. It's just, you know, this is the default, right? With a couple of exceptions. Truth be told, I don't think Vic Fontaine is true AI until the end of the show. And Moriarty, I don't think he is until after the, you know, the credits roll, so to speak. Yeah, so what VTM did is they went and they grabbed all sorts of the normal vampire stuff, the usual stuff, and pretty much smashed it together into one setting. I'm being dismissive. I don't mean to be insulting sounding. It's just that's kind of the approach they took. It's like, all right, what are the vampire things? Okay. I don't know if that's still true, because I fell out of VTM a while ago. Fate. Let's hold on to it for right now. Screw it. We are going to want to be full melee later. We just aren't yet because all we have right now is a baseball bat. So we're kind of nerfing ourselves to be stronger later. A semi-common strategy. So these are zombies. They die instantly to any head trauma damage. Just what I'm trying to do here. Failing at it. There we go. There's a lot of these, by the way. I mean, running is probably the better answer. I notice we're not getting anything out of doing this, too. I don't know if they're literally infinite. Whoop. Listen, there's zombies, okay? I don't know what else to tell you, Aurorix. I wonder if I could feed on them. I mean, I'm not sure I'd want to. Oh, yep, no. I can. What do you know? Whoops. Well, we've got full blood, which is good, because we've got a boss fight coming up. I remember having a lot of issues with this boss fight. We're going to make, let's say, one attempt at it legit. And then we're going to turn on God mode. Oh, I know the feeling, Candyman. I do hope Carla is well. Well, there's definitely magic, but yeah, I don't know what else to add to that, actually. Magic be here. Well, that is a valid concern, Hari. Unfortunately, I cannot drink any water because I literally don't have any. Yeah, I've been giving some positive... Oh, here we go.
Welcome, brother. I see you have been enlightened. Are you searching for something?
So this fight could
Do you
suck.
seek the truth? You've come to the right place, brother. We got more truth here than we can handle.
Who the hell are you?
They call me Bishop Vic, Shepherd of the Damned, your midnight guide through our last days here on Earth. Do you feel it, brother? The curtain being drawn back at last, drawn back by my hand, by the Brotherhood of the Ninth Circle.
I should probably mention that he has celerity and a shotgun. I don't know what else to add to that.
Gehenna, Judgment Day, the Apocalypse again. Brother, you are too indoctrinated into the antiquated beliefs of this material world. There is no rhyme or reason, no all-powerful and terrible God to watch over their children. You talk of disease. What about the disease that you and I both carry? Our flesh remade into nothing more than an abomination, feeding on our brothers and sisters like so many cattle. What God watched over me when that demon tore into my neck and made me into this monster you see before you? No, brother. There is no God who would tolerate such a thing. And so I have become God, and the diseases I carry to the masses will bring about an end of my own making. Until we have all journeyed below into the Ninth Circle.
Question. Why 9?
The time for words has come and gone, my brother. You and I will take those last steps together and see what truth lies behind the curtain. Let the night fall forever on this cursed earth, and let the fruits of my labor bring a long and bloody harvest.
Okay. Oh, God. Who locked the door behind me? Whatever. It's always 9s for some reason. Oh. Gotta grab a save here. Put out his minions a little bit here. Nine circles. Very well. You shall be the Fellowship of the Nine. But why Dante go down to 9? It's always 9 for some reason. God. People need to just chillax, you know? Hang out in circle 3 or 18 or 47. Alright. Let's take a break for it. Oh, ow. I like how his buff is just permanent, whereas mine lasts 15 seconds. Alright, so... wait, did I just die? Yeah, I did. Okay, so I just died. Hey, Black Star Victoria. With a different name, I noticed. Alright, so, slightly different pick. That is not doing a lot of damage there. That hit for 3! Call this a shotgun off. Okay, so, anyways. As I was saying. So I have to pick a vampire power set from a portrayal of Dracula. So... what's the most powerful Dracula that there is? I should probably mention that I have been cranking my melee score this entire playthrough. And doing all the side quests to get all the experience. So... yeah, but his powers are gross. I mean, honestly. Just weird stuff. No thank you. This way. Yeah, Castlevania Dracula is literally a... I guess Avatar is the closest word, of chaos. Capital C. As we talked about a little bit during the Soden run. save before we do this. Turn the cheats back off.
Set.
So, plague bearers are dead.
You killed all of them? You. Huh. So I guess you want me to thank you or something? Damn it. Thanks, okay? We're cool for now, but just don't go bragging to everybody about it.
I mean, honestly, I just wanted to help.
Righteous. You know, you just may have an anarch soul. I'll let you chew on that, Cammy. Some of the boys might have overheard our conversation and gotten the impression I've gone soft. Somebody in this joint's gonna lack the restraint to keep their mouths shut.
Right. Well, see you around, damsel.
Fuck. Goddamn Cammies. Ugh. You guys are all the same.
What did I... Okay, whatever. I love how you could spend experience to raise humanity, by the way. I don't need to, because I'm doing fine, but, you know. Amusing to think about. What was I going to raise next? No, I think I was going to go... So, next one's going to be 12. Let's go ahead and save up for that. Let's go talk to our good friend, Strauss. I suppose I could go with Castlevania Dracula. Assuming I don't have any of the baggage along with the power set. If I have the baggage with the power set, I'd probably choose something else completely different. I'm not sure what, actually. Hey, Strauss.
Hello, neonate. How can I be of assistance?
So, I did
Of
the
course.
quest?
You have? Impressive, young one. What exactly was the source of the epidemic?
There was a blood cult headed by a vampire named Bishop Vic, who was a plague bearer.
Tell me of this so-called bishop.
He wanted to bring about the end of the world. Something about Gehenna in like a few weeks.
I see. That end may very well be upon us. But to business. I have a debt to pay you for your services.
Yeah?
If you so desire, I can give to you a unique talisman that might be of use in the future. If that does not interest you, I can compensate you with hard currency. You decide.
Yeah, I'll take the buff.
A wise decision, neonate. True power lies not in wealth, but in the things it affords you. I hope this object serves you well.
Thanks. So yeah, that's the Blood Star. All kindred have the innate ability to push their underbellies to the height of mortal capacity, but only for a moment and at a cost of blood. This makes Blood Buff have twice the duration. So, that goes up to 30 seconds now instead of 15, which makes it not total junk. Honestly, I think 30 seconds should have probably been the default, and maybe pushing it up to a minute with the buff, but what the hell do I know? So, I mean, I don't know. I loved this game, Aurorix, at least from a story perspective, so I guess I'm a little bit biased here. I think it fits pretty well for the overall aesthetic. It's intended to be... Have you ever heard of Deus Ex? This is Deus Ex with vampires. You know, it's got a very similar vibe and feel to it. Obviously, there are some exceptions. There's a lot more magic instead of tech, but it's surprisingly thematically connected to the two. Now, let me think here. Between the two, excuse me, not to the two. Okay, so I've still got the main quest, which we're holding off on right now. I need to find Patty, right, which means I need to go to the confession. I've got the map right here. Which one of these is the confession? 5, which is this one, I think. I've honestly never completely bought into that argument, Crazy Norse, but I get the point. When the the curse does literally affect you and your personality, Harian. That's the whole point of the curse. So this kind of helps to answer Aurorix, because Aurorix earlier was like, "What about magic?" So, oh gosh, each of the clans has a specific way in which their curse manifests, and that helps to determine it differs themselves out from a gameplay perspective, but it also changes them up from a role-playing and a narrative perspective too. Because each one of them... I'm in the wrong area. Okay, hang on. So that's Empire. No, that was right. That was right. I was going the right way. So each one of them is affected in lore by the curse, which is now upon them. You know, it changes their mindset, their viewpoints, etc. So we are far more into as a Toreador, especially given creative stagnation is actually part of the Toreador curse as well, but they usually don't talk about that one. I'll be reading this map wrong. Because there's the Hellebrook Hotel. Varney the Vampire. One day, he was out there drinking the blood of the innocent. But then, when he got home, he realized he forgot to close the barn door. And all his blood slaves got out. Now he's going to have to go get himself some more ghouls. Alas, without the capacity to drink the blood of the innocent, he dies because in all his venerated works, he forgot to buy a watch. The end. And, you know, the sun came out is the idea. This has got to be the confession. Even though the map says it's not here, but this is the only thing that makes sense.
It's a nice night out, huh?
I love how it's completely unlabeled. I was told I need to go behind the place. Yeah, all them Oh, sorry, I don't know why I slipped back to the accent. All the Toreadors, they can't make anything new at all. I forget the specific wording on the creative stagnation thing. I just remember that it's a thing. I love that dancing animation. I'm not even joking. You ever want to see people who are utterly unashamed to have fun? I don't know, I'm pretty sure people would get pretty pissed if I did that, Venters. These are the worst pickup lines. If I'd buy you a drink, I won't be wasting my time, right? I like your cans. Oh, baby, woo, baby, damn, baby, baby, yeah! Wow. I'd say teenage me flashbacks, but honestly, I was never that bad. What am I doing? I'm here for a reason. What am I doing here? Right! I'm looking for Patty. Right.
Right back at you.
Everybody comes in here's got to have a shot. House rules. Inhibition's the first thing to go. 2 more of these and you'll be telling me your nastiest, dirtiest stories. I am your beat priestess, and it's time to confess.
Who are you?
Venus was her name. Got anything you want to confess?
I blew up the warehouse in Santa Monica.
Oh, yeah? I've been waiting for someone like you to come in here. You see, I've got this situation that's gotten a little out of hand, and I need someone to inform some people that they won't be getting paid this month. Intrigued yet?
Go on.
Well, the parking lot next to the Empire Hotel. Couple of guys, Russian accents, bit thick. I need you to tell them Venus doesn't have their money. That's it.
Okay.
I expected you'd bite. Empire Hotel. Tell them I'm broke. You can run, right? Never mind. Just don't go starting any street fights, all right? These guys are connected. Anyhow, a lot of people have yet to confess to the beat priestess. Later, darling.
Okay. That will be an interesting side quest. So is this her?
Mm-hmm.
What is with these pickup lines? Check this out. And when I say this, I mean me. Or, you like guys? Because I'm pretty likable after a slight acclimation period. Or my personal favorite. 2 questions. What's your favorite food? And if it was me, would you eat me? Yeah, it doesn't look like her. Are you Patty? That's Patty.
I knew you'd talk to me.
Yeah,
I
Patty.
swear you were all, like, totally drawn to me. I'm surprised I don't know you. I usually meet all the LA vampires out on the scene. Not a lot of you out tonight, which is weird, because I don't know of any parties going on.
Right. Hang on. Is there a way to not kill her? I'm actually curious. We'll look up the quest thing here really quick. The only way to not kill her is to have a persuasion check. Also, we're going to lose a humanity just doing the quest at all. I mean, we can try for it. No, we haven't leveled Persuade at all. Okay. Vampires, huh?
No, come on. It's totally cool. I'm Patty. Seriously. Everyone knows me. Besides, I just wanted to ask you if you've seen someone.
Who is this lucky someone?
His name is Kent Allen Ryan. He's a Toreador. Really good looking, dresses really well, like all Prada usually.
I saw him recently.
You are totally awesome. Well, it just goes to show you that you don't have to dress cool or have a lot of power to be a cool person. So, where is Kent?
Wow. Yeah, I literally don't have the persuasion check to even try. It's not even on there. So, he's in the alley.
Totally Kent. He's so like that. I better go find him. He needs my help to do anything. Thanks again.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know, Dawn Crow. It's really hard to, like, totally talk like that. But yes, I would consider myself a good enough voice actor to do that.
I beg your pardon.
That's her, right? Following the right weirdo here.
No, I really don't understand you.
This should do. Could y'all do me a favor? Could someone ask me what my clan is? Thank you. Huh? How did... What? Okay, hang on. How did he see me facing the wrong way, in the dark? You know what?
What?
Jackass.
What are you doing here?
Nothing. Oh, I just lost 2 humanity on this quest. That sucks. Oh yeah, Toreador. Ugh, that is awful. Look at that. Look at that. It's a freaking game. Whatever. It was worth it to be rid of someone who just can't stop talking like this. Okay, no, the point of killing her was that she was wandering around blabbing about the Masquerade while simultaneously being a ghoul for someone who's dead, which, by the way, is yet another example of how messed up ghoulification actually is. I love it, by the way. Earlier, I deliberately tried to lose humanity for several minutes and failed at it. So, negative for downtown hub? I mean, it's a corridor. It's literally a corridor. It's not that as dense, and it's just, it takes forever, and it's boring, and it's blah. It's not even as well designed visually, in my opinion. Oh. Well, I hope you're okay with that negative, because apparently I already gave it. Whoops. Yeah, you never give in to the beast. Never give in to the beast. Actually, no, it's not, Mr. Red. That's the funny part. It's super easy to get humanity high in tabletop.
Hey, I heard that.
It just depends on, you know, what you're after and how you play. Thank you, Super Hollow Man. As always, much appreciate. I know the feeling. I'm glad you like The Sunshine. It's a good movie. Well, it's 2/3 of a good movie. I really didn't like that final act. I will put that towards Dishonored.
What's up?
So I took care of Patty for you.
Good work. Man, ghouls ain't nothing but trouble if you ask me. It's a weakness. Pure and simple.
I did what I did. I'm always down with the Anarchs. What's funny is you get a Masquerade redemption for this quest, which I don't need. I lost humanity. But, you know, whatever. Okay. So now we go to the hotel. And that we can't do yet. That we can't do because we need a certain amount of lockpick, which honestly I may never do that quest. And that we can't do yet either. So we're almost... We're getting down there. We're getting down there. Let's go to the Empire Arms Motel and talk to some Russians. And flee. I mean, scalpers need to be taken out back and shot, Zach Taft. I don't know what else to add to that. I also will freely admit I don't really get why people are trying to buy PS5 so much. Like, no insult intended whatsoever for anybody who's into the PS5. And I'm sure it will eventually be an awesome system, just like the 4 and the 3 and the 2 and the 1 have been, right? But right now, why bother? You know? What's the rush? Not only is I mean, even ignoring the fact that it's hard to get a hold of, even if you ignore that critical piece of information, there's still not exactly a lot of reason to grab one right now. Then you add that critical piece of information, and then it becomes actively, wait, what are you doing? You know? I don't know. I will admit, I know what it's like to not want to wait on something. I do. But usually that's for something a little more tangible. Anyways, I agree, Super Hollow Man. It's probably one of my favorite movies to demonstrate space being scary. Just space. Not aliens, not, you know, warped death, doom, or whatever. Just the literal environment that exists outside our bubble, you know? I don't know where they are in here. Where they are. Parking lot. Sorry, parking lot. God, pay attention, Lauren. I will admit, there are, I think, 3 consoles I bought on faith. Well, that's not true. There are 2 consoles I bought for the show, which I think is kind of an asterisk there. That would be the Switch and the PS4 Pro specifically. But the only console I ever bought at launch was the 3DS. And what's funny is, it was the same situation. I might as well have waited, you know? The 3DS was not worth it at launch. It eventually became worth it, because it's the 3DS and has an amazing library, but there was no real reason to buy it when it came out. Alright, Russian dudes. Where's my celerity buff? There we go.
Confession, bitch, send you.
That she did.
Money. Where is money?
She told me she doesn't have the money.
No money?
No.
Yeah, very lucky.
And cast. And we're out. What's funny? So I've talked many times about how I don't agree with buying a console for just one game. I have to admit, that's a little bit more modern of a take on that. Because there are plenty of cases when I can think of both myself or my friends who have bought a console for one game. In fact, I can name one right off the top of my head. The PlayStation 2. I never bought a PS2. I think I've shared that story before. But I know 3 people personally who bought a PS2 for one game. And if you've been paying attention to my show, you know what that game is. Because I told that story. that count? That did not count. Why didn't that count? Bingo! GTA 3. What do I call those? Console movers, I think? There's actually a term for that, an economic term. When you buy a console for a game, and a lot of people do that. And GTA 3 was a console mover, or whatever the term is. Yeah, Halo was also a console mover, to use another example. Just get a quest for you. No, okay, no quest still. I'll freely admit, I wasn't going to buy a PSP. So by the time that, to date myself a little bit, the PSP was about the moment in time when I started to not buy consoles for one games. Because I bought the PSP for like 6 or 7 games. It was like there was a God of War, there was Crisis Core, there was Dissidia, there was Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, there was Tactics Ogre, there was Final Fantasy Tactics, and I think around then I was like, okay, yeah, fine. That's sufficient. What's funny is the PSP is a great system. That was a great purchase. But it took a while there for me to be sold on that. You still angry? I mean, police gonna help me for once? I'm actually curious. No? I mean, I can kill him, but, you know. Yeah, okay. Yep, police just do not give a crap. Whoop, wrong button. Welcome to LA. I used to live around here. Pomona, specifically. If you know where that is. Oh yeah, PSP's marketing was a terrible... Sony killed the PSP and the Vita, to be blunt. Both are perfectly good systems, but Sony killed both. The PSP... You remember when the PSP was touted as a movie player? That was its primary function? You know, you walk into a store, Best Buy or a GameStop, and the PSP section is just movies. And we all know what Sony did with the Vita. What's funny is Sony's been pushing the movie thing since forever, if you think about it. I mean, it makes sense. It's Sony, right? It's just funny. PS2, you can watch movies on it. Okay. PS3, you can watch... It's a whole multimedia experience. Okay. I mean, of course, I don't have access to figures. It would be interesting to... This is the wrong direction. I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way. It would be interesting to see how many people have specifically bought a PS whatever for movies, right? For the multimedia side of things. I'm not sure figures like that even exist. And now we have the PS5, which you have to get a special edition to get a disc drive at all. Nah. I'd say it's certainly selling well, but I feel like an asterisk needs to be attached to that. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody likes physical media. No way to ever do that. Don't get me wrong. There is a legitimate convenience feature to digital games. It's just... not anymore, Mr. Red. Quite a while ago, I did a, for lack of a better word, a cleaning of a lot of my old CDs, and I ended up getting rid of a huge number of them because I had a digital copy of whatever, or I just was never going to install them again. And you know, I'm not that sentimental, you know? Like, I used to have CDs for Star Wars Galaxies, for example. Those are gone. I used to have CDs for... I still have my Diablo 2 CDs. They're right there. But I got rid of the overwhelming majority of my PC physical media games.
What?
I passed on your message.
I can't hear you! Let's talk in my office!
Okay.
Well, you certainly did better than my bouncer did. Poor dear can't turn his neck to the right anymore. Already had a call from Boris. Wasn't too happy about tonight's son of a bitch. Say, how would you like to get into the club business, hmm?
I mean, if we could turn this game into Yakuza...
Well, to start this club, I have to take out a significant loan from a king bastard by the name of Boris, and every time I haven't been able to make the monthly plus interest, the bastard takes what he feels is a suitable late fee.
So he's a loan shark.
I've got a club to run, so I'll be blunt. I refuse to fuck that fat misogynistic old man one more time to hold on to the club. So I need someone to eliminate him. Do this, and I'll make you a silent partner.
Okay, I'm gonna be 100% honest. I'll do that for free.
He's at the Empire Hotel. Always has a few of the fiercest bully boys standing round trying to out-sneer each other. He's got a short temper, and more than likely he's been drinking for the last 4 hours. Here, key to the penthouse level.
Look, I'm sorry, but that type of thing is I don't know, that's disgusting. I hate it. Yeah, sure, I'll loan you money. Oh, you can't pay interest. Well, let's have sex for a while. And just using that to effectively blackmail women into sex.
What's the hops, bro?
It reminds me of a quote from a book I'm not going to recite. If you know the book, you get bonus points here, but which boiled down to, it was a gentleman, it was a detective, and he was looking into a case, and he mentioned something like, reading into some of these cases makes him feel ashamed to be male sometimes. It's insulting to have to share a gender with some people. You know what I mean? But I suppose we could say the same thing about a species, too. All I'm saying is... Nom, 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 nom. Any questions? Grab a save on here. They do adventures, which is good because I've drunk the blood of that guy like 4 times. Lol, Bregman.
Held from the public at this time. Police urge anyone with information relating to this case to contact them. Actor Ash Rivers is lucky to be alive after his car crashed.
Is the penthouse? Am I in the wrong area? It's ballroom. Ballroom. Room 2. I don't remember which room is it. Does it say in... Oh, that's probably it right there. No, maybe not. Go and save here.
Hasta la vis. Who the hell are you?
I'm here to talk to Boris.
You are not expected.
Well, neither is your haircut, but I'm not trying to bring it up here.
You got 10 seconds to leave. Then I...
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you gonna let me move, game? Oh my gosh. Okay, so all of them work for him. That is good. That is good to know. Okay. All right. Well, I was letting that earlier guy live when he was by himself, but apparently I should have killed him. Silly me. Yeah, I don't know how they detected me. The detection, the stealth in this game is actually bad. In fact, it probably deserves its own negative, because there's two types of stealth in this game. No one will ever see you, and everyone has perfect vision through walls from 500 feet. I'm not actually joking. There really is only the two styles of stealth here. It's one of the reasons I've never actually focused on a stealth playthrough. Is because it's just like, There we go. That being said, after Django mentioned a few things, I decided to look into it a bit myself, off camera, and yeah, apparently stealth really is stupid if you just go full hog with it. Me, I'm not going full hog.
Other victims of the serial killer. Police believe there may be a connection between Milton's prison past and the slasher. We'll have a full report on this story later tonight. An update on the Elizabeth Dane. The ghost ship was towed into county waters off the port of LA, where...
Yeah, the AI is astonishingly dumb in this game.
The ship was being used in drug or terrorist-related smuggling. Coast Guard search parties are still patrolling the area where the Dane was first spotted, though the fate of the crew is still unknown. A massive gelatinous creature that washed up on the beaches of Providence, Rhode Island, has scientists scratching their heads. Found by a jogger early on Tuesday, who says he smelled it a mile away. The mystery creature is thought to be some form of giant octopus, though marine biologists that have examined the monster have commented that they have...
which one was ODST? Detective.
They speculate that it could be from a yet undiscovered...
Because there was probably a moment I really loved in that, but I don't remember which game that was off the top of my head.
A tourist bus destined for the ancient city of Angkor Wat that failed to return Wednesday night was found this morning, though without any trace of its operator or passengers. Cambodian officials have dispatched several military units into the area to search through the surrounding jungle, amidst concerns that it is related to one of a number of Southeastern Asian terror...
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Which one's this one? I can at least get that one once I get research, which I don't have. So yeah, just to really emphasize what I was talking about, Ventures. I just killed 3 guys, 2 by snapping their necks, 1 by shooting them with a shotgun. I'm still stealthed, but drinking that guy's blood earlier, instantly everyone in the room, in the building detects me. I really feel like that says everything it needs to about stealth in this game. Okay, the Nathan Fillion one. Right. Okay, fair, Bragan. It would probably enrage them, too, if you think about it. Those guns hurt, too. You know what? Whatever. We've already put up the cheap flag. Well, let's see. Favorite moment in ODST. No, although this was made before Half-Life 2. Go figure. needed some ammo. I only had 3 bullets earlier. I've got a few now. I've killed a couple. Oh, jeez, that's loose. Oh, God, look at that recoil. I mean, I have no range skill. My range skill is literally 0. Look at that recoil. Oh, my God. No, you forget. It's a regular mortal getting shot by a shotgun and thrown 10 feet and then getting up afterwards to keep shooting me. Just want to make this clear. Alright. Hello? You know what? Hang on, let's get a real gun here. Give me a second. Oh, I'm out of ammo. God mode apparently doesn't give me all the ammo. I bet Impulse 101 does.
Shot was me. What the hell do you think you're doing?
I have business with you.
Well, spit it out. I do not have all goddamn night.
I can't think of any Zactapt, I'm sorry. Venus sent me.
Is that right?
Yeah. So, hand over the deed. Or else.
You will get nothing from me. Go tell that bitch she can pack up Little Club. Her name is coming off it. Get the hell out of here. Pashli, go.
Maybe you didn't hear me. Let me try this one more time. You're canceling the debt, and I just killed all your men.
Hey, stop it right there.
And I'm gonna do this the slow way. I drink you, but, you know, I want to kiss my mother later. With this mouth. That's a terrible thing. Can you kiss your mother with that mouth? Hang on, I gotta think of a better way to say that. I wouldn't have my dog drink that. There we go. Yeah, I think that works. Are we done here? Yep. Good. Yeah, I've... I could also really drag it out. Yeah, dude, I've literally drunk rat blood. I still wouldn't drink you. Sorry about the blood. Yeah, that's normally a fax. It's a fax with spam on it. If you got it. I love how the load screens are so quick you don't get all the lore. The Kaitif are... So, you ever get laughing so hard that it hurts and you give yourself basically a headache because you're laughing so hard? It doesn't happen to me all that often, I'll admit it, but I tend to remember each instance of it. Continuing the positivity theme here. So, 2 nights ago? Yeah, Wednesday night. Pax, Gary, and I are playing a video game you may or may not have heard of called Trine. Now, Trine is a co-op platformer, which I highly recommend with friends. I'm playing the wizard. Now, I'm going to tell the story, and then I'm going to explain it for those of you who don't get it, but who haven't played Trine. But I'm playing the wizard, Pax is the warrior, and I'm like, alright, hang on. And I'm trying to draw the platform here, and I finally get the platform in, and it plummets down, and as I see it plummeting down, I see his head poke up from the area, and the platform just kind of smashes right down into him, impaling him on the spikes and pinning him there so he can't move without dying. See you around, blow up, Alex. I keep doing this. I keep thinking she's in the club and she's in the other club. Anyways. Now, what happens, of course, Pax dies. Yeah, because... And I'm like, oh my god, and of course... Now, to be clear, from my perspective, I didn't even see him. But if you didn't, like, if you didn't have that perspective, all you see is just me. Oh, he's down in the spike pit, huh? And of course, Gary immediately tears into me. Oh my god, you killed him! I can't believe it, you murderer! No, I didn't mean it, I swear. Oh my god. We need to go. It's just... now you're hitting me with... I'm not hitting you with the... I'm trying to move the spike ball out of the way. And it got to the point. There's these spike balls that hang from chains, right? And as the wizard, you can control those with the mouse remotely. And just kind of pin them somewhere to get out of the way, right? So that the other people can progress. And I'm laughing so hard that the spike ball is doing this because I've got my hand on the mouse and it's doing this because I'm laughing. And he's like, stop! Stop taunting me with this spike ball! I know you're just like, ha ha ha! It's coming! It's coming! No, that's not what I'm doing, I swear. I'm not trying to kill you, honest. Oh my god. And it's funny because you always tell the stories and it's never as funny in after the fact, but in the moment it's just so damn hysterical. It reminds me of when Gary and I used to play New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Now, I'm not going to tell you all those stories, but all I'm going to say is, for those of you who haven't played New Super Mario Bros. Wii, it's a co-op Mario game where the players have collision with each other. Okay, I'm just going to make this...
There you are. Finished yet?
So, let's talk.
What?
I said let's talk in your...
I can't hear you! Let's talk in my office!
Are you deaf? I'm not even going to mention the fact that there's no music playing.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Boris?
Very dead.
Is that Boris's blood? Guess we're partners then. If you only knew what I had to do over the years to keep this place open. Tell you what, partner. Come in every few days and I'll give you your cut. Here's tonight's. I've got some money to make us. I'll hold your share of the profits. Don't forget to drop by and scoop them up once in a while,
You know, I had some suggestions for the club.
Really, I'd love to hear them, but I've got to go find a new DJ. Our old one's still spinning that Pixie Wave-matic 80s Redux electronica. It's so last Friday. Heaps of thanks again.
Right. Also, those boots do not suit you at all. I'm just saying. Nothing personal. I'm pretty sure most of the people in this establishment are not looking at your boots. So that... Let's see here. So now we've got the main quest. I think that's it. Yeah, okay, so we go back to Santa Monica. And we get to the boat. It's main quest time. I gotta remember where the taxi is, because I don't. I've seen it several times, so they go back and forth and back and forth. I don't remember where the taxi is. So we're just gonna roam until we see the taxi. It's one way or the other. I can tell that definitively. Aha! Hey, Kane. I mean, totally not Kane. Wink.
Need a ride?
Yeah, if you would, please.
What's the hops, bro?
This helps at least a little bit. Ah. Damn it! No! Oh, I hate that. You know those pills that start dissolving almost immediately? And so they taste terrible. And you fail to swallow them, so you have to take a second drink. And oftentimes I can take 3 or 4 or 5 attempts in the worst cases. Ah. I suppose it would depend, Zactaft. Especially if we earned it. And yeah, they just stick to your tongue, and you're like, ugh.
Hi.
How'd it go with E?
This life's been hard on him. Both of us. But he forgives me. We're leaving soon. I have some family with a place out in the middle of nowhere in Oregon. It should be okay for us to stay out there, as long as we're together.
I honestly hope it works out for you two. Until the world ends in like a week. Oh, I can't get up there anymore. Okay. How do I get up there then? Oh, I guess go. Never mind. Look, as long as they're careful about it, they don't need to eat them. Plot doors. Okay. Which one's Zactaft? For there are several. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and admit I don't actually know where to go here. I'm looking for the boat. And of course there's no such thing as a map or a mini-map. Let's see, does it say anything? Go to the beach where a boat will be waiting. Oh, don't tell me that's the boat. Oh my god, okay. This is really funny. The further into Chapter 2 here I get, the less cohesive my memories are getting. Like, we haven't even met the Chinese yet. And I thought that had happened already. By memory.
Ocean's inviting tonight.
Okay. Save. I mean, yes, Loner, but that's not what I mean.
Yo, Pally.
Ah, for Christ's sakes. Tell Jacobson if he plans on making editor-in-chief, he's got to start working with me. I can't keep getting him these scoops if he's going to send high school journalists who don't know enough to wear something that would blend in.
Jacobson didn't tell me much.
Jeez. What kind of Woodstein don't think to at least show dressed up like an investigator, a Coast Guard guy, something? Didn't you ever see Fletch? What, are they just handing out those diplomas nowadays?
Enough. We need to do this fast if we don't want to get caught.
All right, look. I got you a copy of the initial report, and I can get you into the cabin, but you gotta make yourself real scarce after that. Anybody catches you, I don't know you. And no goddamn flash photography, brainchild.
Okay. Where's it at?
Hold up a sec. Hines to Marsh. Hines to Marsh. Marsh, they need you up in the bridge. Over. There. The security room will be clear.
Got it. Thanks.
Head down the stairs behind you and stay low. When you get down there, wait for me to call off the guy guarding gangway A. As soon as he leaves, get your ass moving and don't let him see you. I'll give you a couple of minutes, but don't dilly-dally. In and out, okay?
Okay.
Don't forget to stay out of sight. If anyone sees you, you're on your own. Take the stairs up to the security room. There'll be a computer in there. The password is Lighthouse. Lighthouse. All one word. You getting all this?
Lighthouse.
Now get a move on. And don't forget to tell Jacobson I get double my usual fee for this one.
Okay. Let's get off my back. So, this is intended to be the first, real mission. Like, alright, kitty gloves are off. Time to actually try something with a little bit more difficulty and a little more danger. And I do remember that. We'll see how we do.
Heinz to Anderson. Heinz to Anderson. Come in, Anderson. Come check this out. I just saw a baleen whale. Yeah?
We're going to save state a little bit here. Do we have a stealth skill? Oh, we do, actually. We have a sneaking of 3, which isn't terrible. Not really. Not a fan of how they simulate the ship, but, whatever. Source engine. This is Call of Duty. Alright. Okay. What? Okay, whatever. There we go. Let's see. That is a good question, Mr. Red. A good question. Okay, so that's step 1 done. Alright, so cargo manifest, examine, find what they've discovered. Let's see what this does. While we're here. Nope. Still can't do it. Difficulty 6. That's fine. That's fine. No, he was getting bribed by a reporter in order to give the reporter scoops that the reporters should not legally have access to. A rather common problem in real life, actually. Hello? Sorry, I'm getting stuck on the door. I might get caught here because this door trapped me. Yep, that's what happened. Police! Okay, when is this? So, crime scene explored. Source engine doors, am I right? Difficulty of 3. I can make that happen. Oh yeah, there's a lot of default sound effects in this game, Volca Sweater. Like a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 100% default or canned sound effects. There's the manifest. 2 down, 1 to go. Grab a save since we seem to be doing okay. Now, the hard part. Not killing this guy. It's really hard to not kill him. He's a cop after all.
Who's there? Police!
Oh, yeah, okay, so. Pretty sure this is the right way. Did the cop give me the 3rd thing? I guess I can check the log. Nope, yep, that is everything. Never mind, you're right, you're right. What the heck is that way, then? Get out of the way. Let's get out of here. Nope, nope. I'm gonna go this way. Yeah, there might be bonuses. I guess I could check the walkthrough that I have. What's the exact name of this quest? Elizabethan Rendezvous. There it is. Is there anything down there? I mean, we're probably not going to go for it. But what do we got? Doesn't mention anything. Although there is something else that's about to happen. So I was wondering. We'll see what happens. I'm actually kind of curious. Ah, valid. Tin-headed Hydra. And according to this, you can also get a copy of the manifest out there. Or not the manifest, the police report. Not really, Juniper Rowan. We're effectively already at the point where money doesn't really matter. There's a few items worth buying, and we will buy them. The only major reason money matters is if you're doing certain types of playthroughs or builds. Okay, is it up? It's gotta be up. Or is this way? Yeah, it's this way. Save. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Where's the other dude? It's so dark in this frickin' game. I get it, it's nighttime. Can I see, please? You know what? I don't know why I'm debating this. Negative for lighting. Yeah, ammo. That's another big one. If you're going with a full ranged build, which I have done once, ammo hurts the pocket book. Like, it's, to clarify my point here, the reason this is a full negative is because I am legitimately having a hard time seeing the large sections of the game. And there's not, like, Auspix doesn't really make it much better. And it only lasts 15 seconds. And it uses a bunch of blood. And honestly, I just think the lighting isn't well designed. It's the same problem almost every PC game, hell, almost every game that came out in this era has. They would attach a light source to something, and then walk away from it, not realizing the amount of work and effort that goes into good lighting design. There's been a few games we've streamed and reviewed where, you know, we've actually specifically pointed out how good the lighting design is for sequences that are supposed to be dark or otherwise, you know, underground or whatever, and yet you still can clearly see what's going on. Because there's a whole science that goes into designing that, with invisible lights or changing how it bounces off of certain surfaces. and there's like an absorption thing, which I don't remember what that's called. Just all sorts of stuff like that. This is not that, is the point. It was the other way. That is true, Juniper Rowan. Unfortunately, it doesn't make it any better. Negative to gameplay. Because not only is it something that's bad, but honestly, it actually makes the game experience worse, like I just mentioned. Color palette, that's another big one. Proper usage of colors is something that I feel... No, I'm going to rephrase that. Proper usage of colors is something that is extremely valuable, and several people understand that, but most people probably don't realize how extremely important proper usage of colors is.
Hop in.
I mean, I didn't do it for realsies, Mr. Ed. I did that years ago, but I'll take it. Hello.
Hey, I know this might seem creepy and all, but please don't blow me off, okay? Someone told me I could find you here. I mean, I've been looking all over for you since that night. Because I just wanted to... I'm in your debt. I want to help you. I owe you my life, and I feel like I need to repay you. I almost forgot. I'm Heather. Heather Poe. I'm not weirding you out or anything, am I?
Ghouling is really messed up, by the way. Just to say it clearly. Because... Ghouling is a form of... Like, if you've played Mass Effect, ghoulifying is kind of like indoctrination. You know, you yourself think it's a good idea to be okay with it. And they are... Oh, yeah. You look better. I'm glad you're looking better.
Only because of you. What you did for me. Here, I got you this. I thought you might be able to use it. It can be useful to you. I'd do anything. Just tell me you'll let me help you. Let me stay with you. Make me feel this way.
Now, I don't remember how to do it. In fact, I might have to look it up. I believe there is a way to cancel the mind control, basically. To cancel the connection. It's also, to my knowledge, one of the only ways to get her to survive the encounters of this game. There's like 2 ways, and that's one of them. I don't know how to do it, though. Yeah, it's also, like, just generally addicting. Chemically addicting. Psychologically addicting. And also, it's mind control. It's just... It's not even mind control. That's unfair. It's mind shaping. I mean, in lore, yeah, but I'm trying to remember if that's how that works in the game. Hang on, let's see. Does this... That's right, she does give us the best armor in the game, but only if we allow her to die. Grooming? No, grooming implies it's intentional. This doesn't happen on purpose. We didn't do this to her. This happened because of the nature of the curse. Yeah, I think... Okay, I was trying to save your life, Heather. I wasn't trying to, like, start a thing.
What do you mean? You're like... The effect you had on me made me want to live. It's all because of you. You saved my life. Please, let me be of use to you. I'll do whatever. I don't care.
Now, listen. It feels rude, but I think this is the only way to salvage her, because... Yeah, if she doesn't get any more of the blood, especially after only having done 1 session, it should filter out, I think. So... Go away, Heather. There's a whole arc you can do with her, and You can kind of change her personality, and she can wear extremely revealing clothing if you choose for her to. Yes, really. She's effectively the romance option of the game, such as it is. And she gives you the body armor, and she can be really funny if you're Malkavian. But go away.
But I've never felt this way about somebody before.
Heather.
I think when I'm around you, I love you.
No, you don't.
Can't you please let me be a part of your life?
Okay. Think about this rationally for just a second, okay? You've literally never really met me, okay? I showed up one day and saved your life and then left. You don't love me, okay? I want you to get out there, have a good life, and not die. I'll get the body armor some other way. Sorry, Heather. You're amazing and all, but no. She's still... Okay, is she leaving or is she falling? I think she's leaving. Okay, we're okay. I picked 2. Hey, Chunk.
Evening, Chief. You back to see Mr. LaCroix again?
That's right.
Yeah, he told me to send you up as soon as you came in. Lots of people here to see Mr. LaCroix. Nice guy. He seems a little different, though. I wonder if he's... that's his business.
How's it going, Chunk?
I'm keeping the undesirables out and the innocent safe and secure. I'm the thin blue line that separates the crazies from the hard-working, decent folks. Yep, as long as I'm around, Mr. LaCroix's got nothing to worry about.
I'm sure he appreciates you. I know I do. I mean, that would be World of Darkness, 10-Headed Hydra. I don't actually disagree with that. Hang on, I want to check something really quick here. Real quick. Since we didn't use Heather, and we won't be doing Heather, what do we got here? My Heather, my life was meaningless until that night when you saved me. I'd die for you. Alright, here we go. So, blah, 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 blah. We save her. Depending on the patch. Yeah. Apparently, in some of the patches, you can actually tell her to remain indoors and stay out of sight, and she'll survive the Sabbat raid. Spoilers. I don't know if we have that patch installed, so we're not gonna, deal with that. Okay. We have Blood Bond, blah, blah, blah. Point of obsession, her acts of affection. She abducts a man who follows her home and locks him in the fledgling's haven bathroom for the player to feed later on. If she's Malkavian, she's way different. Let's see here, blah, 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 blah. If you save Heather and then deny her to stay with you, she will sneak into the player's apartment and desperately beg to be taken in. Interesting. She also gives you a bunch of stuff. Like, you just talk to her periodically and you get items from her. Again, the armor being the final thing. See, that's the problem. When I play a mage, I'm ambitious. My mage's name was Catastrophe. Yeah, I know, it's stupid, but it felt so appropriate.
I've said all I need to for now.
Good evening, Strauss. The only one worth looking at in this. Oh God, physics! You
I don't have time for a monologue. give me the bullet points of what you saw.
Sure. Everyone was massacred, no survivors.
And the Ankaran sarcophagus. What did you see?
Blood on the floor, handprint indicating opened from within.
Opened? Let's not jump to conclusions. Give me the manifest in your notes. I'll sort this mess later. You might have noticed when you came in the parade of malingering mollycoddles filing out.
I'm ambitious, not an idiot, Lord Harriman. I want actual power, not... You know, oh, sure, I'll sell my soul to you. Why not? What's the possible harm in that? Oh, not at all, Mr. Red. Not even a little bit. That would defeat the whole thematic point of the sarcophagus. Speaking of which, before I forget, I need to jot down an eventual story positive for the sarcophagus. I won't type out why yet, because we're not there, but that's probably going to be a positive. So, who were they?
Those were the Primogen, this city's clan elders. A worrisome bunch devoted first and foremost to the security of their own skin. Which is why they were here. It seems Alistair Grout, the Malkavian Primogen, has either forgotten how to answer his phone...
Possible.
...or is missing. Each minor problem like a grain of sand. Each night I inherit the desert. The Sabbat's appearance has put the Primogen on edge. Grout's mansion is in the Hollywood Hills. I need you to pry Grout out of whatever crack he's crawled into and have him contact us.
This is ghoul work, is that all?
Yes, for the moment. You know, your demeanor thus far bears similar characteristics to those that rise to the top of this organization. Stay that course.
A kiss-ass?
Yes. About Grout. As I said, Grout is the Malkavian Primogen. His behavior and home are eccentric, to say the least. He's developed a paranoid bent lately, so you may have to check under every bed in the place for him.
Alright. Do I get my apartment?
I suppose I...
Never mind.
When we hear from Grout? Oh, and to show my appreciation for your dedicated service to me, I have secured you a haven nearby, in the Skyline apartment building. I hope it's to your liking.
I mean, that was the goal, Tin-Headed Hydra, so yay for succeeding. You ever want to know how pathetic LaCroix is? He tries to butter up the player character, who's a neonate. We are effectively a neonate, really. Strauss has the right of it. Even by this point in the game. Heather, what are you doing just still hanging out around here? I can't even talk to her. Look. Listen, no one would ever stalk me. I wonder if I could bite her. Ooh, I wonder if she'd let me bite her. But I wanted her to live, Crazy Norse, okay? Yeah, so what LaCroix is doing is something that literally thousands of people have been doing for millennia in real-life history. It's a king or a queen, and they decide, oh, I have all the power. And bad things happen, because, spoilers for those of you not really familiar with history, kings and queens are held up by the people who actually have the power. Now, there's exceptions, obviously, but for the most part, the nobility is where the power actually lies. And they're the ones who uphold them. So if the king or queen pisses off the nobility, the king or queen doesn't last very long. It's actually worse here, because the prince of any given area isn't even in charge of that area. At least they're not supposed to be. It's not like they rule on high as sultan. I I said there's exceptions, Juniper Owen. Yeah, this applies to emperors and empresses as well. Yes, LaCroix is the prince. Okay, so there's... I just turned around at this point. Oh, there it is, Skyline. Floor 4, I believe. Regional judge is a really good phrase for that, alright, I like that. The specific amount of power any given prince has varies, obviously. Just like the specific power any given king or queen has varies. But yeah, no, mob boss is not actually an invalid descriptor. They are the they're supposed to be the adjudicator for issues that the other nobility has. So this is my new apartment. I have terrible taste in artwork. It's good to know. I believe when they were setting up the Carmilla, they actually modeled some of it off of the Mafia, but I could be wrong. I might be thinking of the Giovanni, because that didn't even occur to me.
Did you miss me?
You know what? I'd take this place. It's nicer than my place. More spacious, too. I could set up, what I'd do. Yeah, I'd clear out this wall, and I'd put the set, like, here. So all this stuff would be up against this wall like this. And then I'd have my seat here, and then, like, the computer would be where this couch is, and that would be the webcam. And so I would be sitting here like this, while you're staring like this, and that would be the view. And that's probably how I'd do that. Anyways. Let's check... terrible computer. What do we got here? Password required for my thing? Oh god. Sunrise. Right, okay. Thank you. I couldn't remember. Let's see. From Mercurio. Stop by my apartment when you get a chance. I'll set you up. Yeah, sure. Don't touch the butter. The new extreme sport that's sweeping the nation is now a limited edition DVD. Watch superstars Iron Willman, Brock, Dry Hands Hines, and Margarine Mike Davenport as they use every bite of restraint in their body to not touch the butter. 1 bowl of butter, 2 contestants, 3 judges. A hell of a lot of willpower. What? But it's butter. Why would you want... Okay, whatever. Honestly, the mere fact that LaCroix doesn't realize that we can be working for other people or have our own agendas says a lot about how short-sighted he is. But then again, he wants to diablerize, and I think I've made my opinions on that one very clear, so... What's funny is there is a part of this game which is up to debate and is not codified canon. And it boils down to, is LaCroix deliberately trying to get us killed or not? Because it is actually something that is debatable. He could be trying to get us killed in a nice, legal, clean fashion, or he might be giving us a chance to prove ourselves and make our way up the ranks and blah, blah, blah. She-Corp. What am I doing? Right, I know what I'm doing. I'm going the other way. Yeah, we are strangely competent. If there's one thing... Fair, Tin-Headed Hydra. There's one thing that... the PC consistently showcases and is something that helps to... Heather! It would be the fact that we are competent.
Going somewhere?
Yes, please. Actually, I'll go here first really quick. It could also be an ego thing. He could be trying to shove us down to shove himself up, even just mentally. Yeah, no kidding, Loner. I stand by my theory firmly that someone, Kane, is secretly boosting our generation, and that's why we can accomplish stuff that really we shouldn't be able to do.
Hey, what can I say? You preserved my ass. I truly appreciate you not saying anything, and I want you to know I take care of those who do me favors. So from now on, you need equipment, info, you come see me at my apartment. Don't hesitate.
Looks like you're feeling better.
I tell you, that blood you guys got's an amazing thing. Helped close up a few wounds. This back alley patch fixed up the rest. I needed that beating. Good reminder not to overestimate my ability. Last time it's gonna happen.
Right. Get some info?
Concerning?
Weapons.
Specifically?
A flamethrower is extremely useful in this game.
Oh, yeah, I got a lot of requests for those. I blame the movies. Everybody thinks they're a riot till they set their friends on fire. They're not very easy to get hold of. I got a Vegas connection for those. Last time I was out there, I had to shoot my way to the state line.
Let's see what you're selling. Yeah, no, I do agree with you, Loner. I think that... I mean, I don't remember if I said this in the rumination, but the way I've thought of it for a long time is your generation defines your ceiling, right? You're not necessarily rank X. It's just you have access to rank X, you know, all the way up to there, right? Yeah, but he doesn't sell much. In fact, he doesn't sell anything. You know, what I sell is a ring, or 2 or 3 or 4. And some car stereos. You want some car stereos, buddy? Huh? You want some morphine? There you have some morphine. I have some estrogen. It's out of my inventory. Okay. Yeah, that's why I didn't sell them out. I mean, plus, you know, I don't like selling people out in general, but, you know. Yeah, exactly, Mr. That's a good way to put that, Mr. Red. So, I guess my point is, I think we were actually legitimately skilled for whatever reason. Wrong way. And our generation was being raised by Kane. I mean, that makes sense to me, because the Kane thing bypasses the obvious limitation. Because otherwise there's no way to progress. Sorry, lowered... You know what I mean! You know what I mean! And, it raised the ceiling. And we were good enough to actually take advantage of that raised ceiling.
Lovely evening.
Nah, I'm not that thirsty. Honestly, descend is not a bad word, considering what it does is it gets us closer to the core, you know, curse, but whatever.
Where to?
Alright. Let's head to Grout's Mansion. Hey, Nines.
You. What are you doing here?
Yo, Nines, what's up?
No.
That wasn't a yes or no question.
You should get out of here. This place is bad news. Pardon me.
Why? What's inside? Well, think of it like this, Internal System Error. Kane is either Generation 0 or 1, I forget which. And then, you know, going down the step is further away from Kane. And the further away you are, the weaker you are. Where did he go? Oh, well. I'm stuck. I'm stuck on the train. I'm actually stuck on the train. There we go. We're free. We're free. But yeah, exactly, internal system error. And each time it goes further down, it dilutes more. So the general idea is, weaker, but also weaker curse and blah, 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 blah. The benefits and detriments get thinner the further down you go. It's one of the reasons why it's considered to be a decent... So, one of the things I remember looking into, which was really cool, was the idea that Thin Bloods are actually the best vampires, because even though they don't have super amazing powers and whatnot, they lack so many of the weaknesses of actual vampires that they can do so much more. At that point, they're just people who are aware of the Masquerade, but also just kind of have a foot in both worlds, you know what I mean? Obviously, an actually really high powerful tier vampire is stupid, but we get into that in some of the Gehenna situations. Aw. What's wrong with sparkling? Oh god, that chunk of terrain, I just need to stay away from there. Jeez Louise. So, to go up a generation... So, one of the things that actually a little bit irritates me about this setting is there's no real way to level. You remember what I mentioned earlier about the ceiling? Those ceilings are pretty much hard ceilings. You get up to that point, you're done. You can't really level anymore. You can't progress unless you diablerize. Or someone really, really, really powerful pushes you up, like Cain. So... Ma'am? You okay? Yep, no, I figured that would happen. Well, she doesn't have too much blood anymore. So remember what I mentioned about forced combat sections? I shouldn't say forced, because that's not quite accurate, but... this is definitely a combat funnel. And if you're paying attention, this is the third combat funnel we've encountered so far. Well, there's plenty of other ways to gain power for non-vampires. Mages are a good example of that, although... So mages have their own limitation. Magic creates paradoxes, so they need an extremely specific thing to ensure that those paradoxes don't happen. I'm really glazing over this because there's a whole thing about this, right? Like, but if you, it is possible to try and improve your paradox canceling device, and that's how you get stronger as a mage, for example. That's how you tier up.
It is quite peculiar, the happenings I've been made to witness for my supernatural longevity. I am thinking of one unfortunate phenomenon in particular, of unique interest to my station, both as a professional and as a sufferer of this vampiric condition. It seems the stream of time has begun to erode the moorings of my chosen course of study, for the methodologies that gave birth to psychology are slowly disappearing. I find myself in an era that overlooks the physical component of psychological pathology time and again in favor of the sophistic practices of Freud. Phrenology, dactopintilism, and the rest of the old guard has fallen by the wayside, its champions all silenced in death, with my unique exception. Would that I could make my voice heard again, although it may be suspicious should I return to popular medical discourse 50 years after my apparent death. No, better that I continue my studies into the psychoses in secret. One day, may I hold up my own cure as validation of the methods. I am confident no cure for my condition, or that of my beloved wife, lies within our figurative minds, waiting to be unlocked by the correct combination of memories recovered from our childhoods. And I'm most certain it has nothing to do with the relationship between myself, my parents, and my genitals. Sorry, Sigmund, but I choose to stay my course. In time, too, may your star fade and disappear.
Okay, hot take for a second. Too many people think Freud is like the example of psychology and psychiatry in modern takes. And can I just say, no. That reality is more complex than that, but man, just can we just chop that one off? Stop pretending that. God. Oh, Grout absolutely would be. He's very, very much a Malkavian in this case. No question. Like this is I wonder what's so funny. Very stealthy. That was my stealth kill. Okay, now I gotta see the other stealth kills. Oh yeah, we're gonna see the shotgun stealth kill. Perception at once shapes the mind and rules over time. Time, however, erodes human perception, and then in turn warps the mind. The mind is capricious, having various effects on perception, time, and the mind itself. With harmony, progress is made. I mean, that's the point, Gum Gum. That's the point.
Another unfortunate casualty to tide of time, insane asylums. I lament their loss not only as brokerage houses for the breadth and depth of human psychoses, but also I shall mourn the disappearance of that peculiar environment present only in an insane asylum. That palpable atmosphere of blistered brains and churning bowels, the odoriferous melange of freely flowing bodily humors, that gently rolling cacophony of distant sobs and screams, the muttered cursing at perceived enemies, and the blissful gurgling of the lobotomized, like a newborn babe discovering the sky. I shall still find test subjects as surely as I find bloody sustenance in the night, but this climate, I fear, may never be replicated.
And thank God for that. There's actually a decent amount of legitimate branching in the narrative. Like, this story can be changed rather substantially in several ways, and there are quite a few endings. I think 5 total endings? Something like that. That being said, the campaigns will go through pretty much the same beats no matter what you play. But yeah, this game, I think one of the pluses I've already jotted down is for replayability. Because this has it. My personal favorite ending is if you join the Twit Face. The Chinese lady. Oh wow, you followed me. No one ever follows me. I will admit, Probably the funniest ending is the LaCroix ending. The Chinese ending is the stupidest one. Anarch and Camarilla are fine. Lone Wolf is probably the best ending overall. So there's the knife kill thing. Let's see what other ones we got here. Strauss ending is the Camarilla ending. All of them are Ant. All of them. Yeah, in contrast to the usual third option, Lone Wolf is effectively the default in this one. And that's how we kill with an arm. Yeah, it's an arm. Floppy, floppy. And a smack, and a smack, and a smack. Well, let's try the tire iron. Why not? While we're here. That's just that one again. We only have one weapon we haven't tried here. And that's the cop thing that we totally shouldn't have right now. Probably the same, yeah. We've probably seen the varieties we're going through right now. There's one other weapon I'm pretty sure has a different stealth thing, but we haven't gotten that yet. Although we should be getting it soon. In fact, actually, if someone wants to point out to make sure I don't miss it, please make sure I don't miss the sword. Really need the sword. I mean, granted, I'm officially cheating at this point, so whatever, but having the sword would still be nice.
My studies proceed at a languid pace. I'm mired in a foul ennui as my wife's illness advances. My subjects grow restless without proper supervision, but I cannot pull myself back from this black depression. How many nights I've wasted now, gazing from the tower walk, pondering the frailty of existence.
I mean, it would make sense, wouldn't it, Eternal System Error? He records, and he leaves the recording wherever he was when he made the recording. And yeah, I think the katana is what I'm referencing. I know the big sword. You don't get that till pretty far in the end. Also the best weapon in the game. But no, I am referencing the katana, which we should be getting pretty soon if memory serves. This is 2003. Internal System Error. Like, they have cell phones. I mean, playing Nosferatu for a review would be a stupid idea. Come. It would not be indicative of the experience. Yep, nope, same animation. You were right, Lord Herma. Okay, that's cool. I was wondering. Bat is best, as usual. Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly. By the way, can I just say, a co-op game of this? Sold. I would be all in favor of that. Hardest clan to play as? Honestly, Toreador is kind of occurring to me, which is funny because that's what we're playing as. Like, not early on. There's lots of options early on, but by the time we get to late game, Toreador is probably going to suck. I mean, we're at mid game, and Toreador's already sucking. And we've been specifically raising our melee stats to try and offset that. Well, Jonko stopped watching because he started cheating. Speaking of which... crank out melee. And then crank out strength here. Yeah. Our melee skill is 9 now. For those of you not aware, that's pretty high. It's not as high as it can get, but it's pretty damn high. Yeah, Tremere is kind of a joke, especially when you know what you're doing. Can't see my reflection. How strange. Well, there's two. There's the one you get early on, and then there's the sword. I'm not that picky. I don't need to get the sword. It's just, it'd be nice. But since we've already committed to a cheat playthrough, it doesn't matter at this point. It'll just speed things up. Hello, Eleazar. Oh shoot, I don't know where to go now. I feel like we glitched out a little bit earlier, and I'm a little bit turned around ever since. Thank you, 10-headed Hydra. I was gonna say, this feels like I'm missing something. There they are. I was gonna say, because I know that this is a hint. It's literally a glass, not a mirror. I'll figure out how to get through it, though. I can see that. Especially since you'll have the worst time with keeping your blood management as true. I mean, playing Venture is kind of like playing Corpo. It's better for the tabletop than it is for the game. Although, I guess that's unfair. Corpo was fine in Cyberpunk, but whatever. Why would I not play this game, Eleazar? I'm confused by that sentence. Haven't saved in a minute. Chaos, like the mind, can be understood only through scientific progress. Order, however, is only as good as perception thereof. Time is the key that links the two and bears witness to their ebb and flow. Ah, Malkavians.
I have accepted the role of Primogen for Clan Malkavian, the dreadfully winsome label applied to the particular strain of vampirism I suffer. So named for some supposed vampire father figure of old. More poppycock grown from a backward culture that seems interminably drawn to children's tales and the fiction of Victorian romance, when it should concern itself with the science behind their suffering. No matter, for I have taken this office for no greater reason than to advance my research. I must make mention, however, that even among my would-be peers in this governing body of vampires, the level of paranoia and superstition is frightening. Their intelligence is not the question, no, indeed. As they courted me for this appointment, I had to suspect that their overtures were hand-tailored to what must be my obvious infatuation with reason, for the devil would do well to have such honey-tongued tempters. Even so, I could not help but notice the dressing of language these vampire leaders chose for their siren song. Whether it is born of habit, from addressing their unwashed, ill-educated subjects, or from their own deep-seated beliefs, their linguistic flourishes belie a faith in superstition over the providence of empirical reason that must be an all-pervasive theme in this society of darkest night. Damn it all, now I'm doing it too.
Oh, Grout. Don't change. Oh yeah, several Gum Gum. Quite a few. Favorite Dracula in fiction? That's easy. Castlevania. But if I had to pick a second, less easy one, I would probably go with the Van Helsing one. And I'm stuck. That is to say, the one from the Hugh Jackman Van Helsing movies, to be clear. Not Van Helsing as an overall mythos. Interesting. I don't know, Mr. Ed. I'm not sure if she will. Hopefully she won't, because I don't actually want her to. There we go. Anyways, I have no memory of that, Elizar. I apologize. I might have been speaking facetiously or sarcastically. I do that rather regularly. But this is not even my first or second time playing through this game. It's a good game. Now, I'm a little turned around because my memories of this particular section of the game are rather lackluster. Yeah, sorry, referring to the Castlevania games, although obviously I have not seen the Castlevania show and therefore cannot speak to it. Where did I just open? Is it down? I need to go down. Come on, game, give me a hand here. It is down, okay. There it is. Good God, yeah, this lighting, I'm telling you. Look at this. I don't know. I admit I tend to be a firm adherent to the idea that with proper care and consideration, things can be understood, even amongst the mystical or the magical. Not yet, Gum Gum, but I haven't decided Undeath and the Extant yet. Something I haven't gotten around to, so put something. Vampires and robots. Those are the two things I haven't touched yet. But I will. Oh, yes. Or, you know, not. The best thing is this is actually a PC game. Internal System Error. Should be this one, right? I think. Yep, there we go. You know, that's an interesting point, Lord Harriman. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. We'll give a plus to the Nosferatu path in the same way we would give a plus to the Malkavian path. And by a plus, I mean 2 pluses. Possibly. One of the problems I've run into a couple times is when looking up things is, you know, how to judge what is what and where. That's right, I've given 2 positives to this game. Pray I don't give it any further. Well, let's see if we can see this stupid thing. I ain't seeing nothing. I mean, that sounds terrible to me, Elizar, because what would happen is we would eat much, much less healthy. Because we would stop caring about it. There it is. Let's see that. What did we just get? Because they wouldn't care, right? Decreases your chance to frenzy. Oh, cool. That hasn't been an issue yet, but, you know, cool, cool. I'm gonna turn it down. Well, imagine this, Elizar. You don't care about the food you eat for any reason other than sustenance. So, do you go with the cheapest option, or the most expensive option, which would get you the healthy food? Think about it. I think that was over here somewhere. This one, maybe? Yes. Listen, I only lost 4 humanity and have not gotten it back. Very true. I tend to eat eggs, which are quite healthy and really cheap. Fruit and vegetables are not that expensive. So I tracked my food expenses for several months, just for the heck of it, just for fun. The most expensive thing I bought by far was fresh meat. The second most expensive thing was fruit and vegetables. So, I don't know, maybe that's not true in other countries, but here in the States, fruits and veggies are not cheap. Or meat, for that matter. Down, boy. Down, I say, down. No, not over there. I mean, were sharks are a thing, Gumgum. Terrifying, terrifying thing. Oh, we can make that happen. Oh, that's a good question, Elizar, but I have no idea. How can I? Let's effectively just make up, you know, whatever you want to at that point, because it's such a sea change, we can't really predict it. Oh, god dang. Or, put another way, your guess is as good as mine. Worst thing about this game so far? Melee combat. Speaking of which, have I given that negative yet? Yeah, potatoes are really healthy. It's actually silly how healthy potatoes are. Which is funny, because they're relatively cheap, too. I've been thinking about rotating potatoes into my regular diet. The problem is, and I know this sounds pathetic, but I can't think of a good way to cook them. Like, not regularly. Kind of a pain to cook. At least for me. I'm still debating options there. I mean, I guess I could throw them into the crock pot and leave them there overnight. One of the biggest problems I run into with cooking right now, this sounds so pathetic, is time. I don't have the most amount of time to cook. Even eggs takes, you know, a little bit too long. Healthiest way to cook potatoes? I don't know. I would imagine mashing or boiling, but I don't actually know. I mean, yeah, I could steam potatoes. That's easy, I suppose. Whoops. Also, Galtori! We need to have words, little lady, who's probably older than me. I do not have a good food habit, but that's because of circumstance. Well, I would have a good food habit if not for the circumstances I live within, would be the best way to put that. So I tried to get a hold of you. This is actually like the 5th time now. I understand. You secretly hate me. Sigh. The Avengers run. You're the primary shareholder in the Avengers run. Nobody has put any additional money towards it since you and like 5 other people did. And that game may literally not be playable later, so it's up to you whether it's being axed or not. That's what it boils down to. Because of service games and because of how badly it's doing and because of the Anthem situation. Avengers, yay or nay? That's all the question is.
The voices have increased in frequency and direction of late. They have begun to stay with me long after conversation has ceased and are serving as quite a distraction. I fear others are beginning to notice my preoccupation at the vampire gatherings. I am thinking again of the particular vampire of whom I spoke previously, who I dare not name for my growing fear. If the voices are to be believed, then my caution is warranted, for they speak of his blackest crimes, both past and future. More than once I have seen the suspicion in his eyes and heard the distrust in his voice when speaking with me. The fear must register on my face, as it is all I can do in these moments to keep from crying out in chorus with the voices.
No rush, Galtori. It's just you're the person who will decide that. By yourself, effectively. It doesn't even need to be axed now, but I need to know if you're okay with it being axed if it gets to the point where the plug is pulled on that game. Because that run's going nowhere right now. And has been going nowhere for a very long time. Like in the over a year range. Every bit of funding currently put towards Avengers was put into it prior to the game coming out, to give you a bit of perspective.
I am no longer safe. I know it. The voices have proven themselves authentic, and I have withdrawn from the Vampire Society entirely. My absence will no doubt draw attention, but I could no longer hold my fragile composure around the ravenous eyes of my vampire peers, especially not around him. The voices compelled me to make what I fear is a Faustian bargain, but I had to, for their demands are constant and merciless. I have secluded myself within the mansion. I know he will strike out at me. He will go to any length to achieve his ambitions, and he knows it, I know. I have taken precautions to protect my beloved wife. A cure will have to wait until our immediate safety is guaranteed. The mansion was constructed with security in mind, but at that time I was not privy to the full range of vampire capabilities. The voices echo in the twisted corridors of my psyche, dark whisperings of a macabre and formless menace, the approach of which portends an end to all of this.
Alright, Galtori, that works for me. That's the main thing I wanted to know, since, you know, the majority of the ridiculous majority, like 98% of that is on you. So there's his wife. She's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. Ignore the brain in the jar. Well, there's a reason most of the really older vampires are away and sleeping. Although I've always believed that the main reason for that from a gameplay perspective is to try and ensure that the really powerful things are not roaming around the planet. That's a very common problem when it comes to world building. If you have something truly really powerful, you have to decide why it isn't getting in the way, right? If you're going to have any kind of stakes, you need to explain why those stakes aren't being solved by that guy or that thing or whatever. So most of the really powerful dudes and dudettes are just not here. Sleeping, or chained, or locked away, or whatever. I don't see the problem, Luke. She looks fine to me. Fresh reminder, stakes do not kill you, they just stun you.
Lay low and be cleansed by the flames!
Kraut's dead. Who the hell are you?
Kraut is dead? Pity it could not be by my hand. No matter. Soon your self-made kings and false prophets and all who bear the mark of the beast will be washed from the earth for the coming of the Lord.
Who are you?
As you burn, tell them it was Grünfeld Bach who sent your damned soul to that lake of fire. All agents of Satan shall return to whence they came. Let this righteous display serve as a promise to all who serve the archfiend Lacroix. I'm coming for you, Lacroix. By the power of the Lord, I will cleanse your black soul.
Whatever. So, Twilight vampires in lore are kind of like low-tier X-Men. Not in a bad way, actually. It's probably one of the better things that franchise actually did. But, they all have their own mutant powers. Ice powers, or vision powers, or whatever, right? They have kit. So that would put them on tier with low-level vampires in this setting. High-level vampires in this setting would crush the Twilight vampires like a bug. Yeah, we must go. Sorry, I can't do the accent. Do you mind? So this section sucks if you don't have good stealth or good ranged, in my experience. Because fire damage and melees. Yes, that's my health bar, the one that's not moving at all. I'm just that powerful. But yeah, fire damage sucks. I mean, in general. It's true in real life, too. You got a really bad burn? Because I have. Ugh. That hurt for days. Alright, well. That was the thing. No. Well, I mean, yes, general orthopox, but generally speaking, no.
No, I really don't understand you.
I talked about that earlier. While there are methods to advance your generation, they're not really feasible. I'm surprised the game didn't try to auto-frenzy us for that. Okay, here I am. Right where I need to be, actually. I mean, Loner actually already answered your question, Hari, which is why I didn't answer you.
Evening there. Something burning? Ooh, smells like someone burnt the burgers.
I don't smell anything.
Sure, I'll open her up for you. Jeez, I could go for one of them double-spaced burgers with the onions and the cheese and some bacon and a guacamole. Ooh.
Crunch. Or, not crunch, sorry. Chunk. Could you not? I'm getting hungry here. I mean, I lost my left wing a while ago, but I've been doing okay with just the right one. Alright, hang on. I'll do two things first. I'll just save here. Yeah, have I given a plus for music? I think in this case this will be a story plus for music. Because of how much it adds to the, the narrative, the atmosphere, style, stuff like that. That sucks, Mike Romano. I am sorry. I hope they are wrong. Because, that is a thing that happens. Yeah, I would also try to get another opinion if that's available for you. I don't know how that works over there. Okay, no Heather still. It's good. It's good. Legumes in general tend to be pretty healthy, Mr. Red. I can't stand them personally, but which is a shame because I actually like most healthy food. Okay, no Heather. I think we're good. A bishop is sacrificed for the king. That's true, Juniper Ron. Although I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean? Like, if I wanted to eat those fish, that's pretty unhealthy food. Or if I want to go get McDonald's right now, that's pretty unhealthy too. I think artificial eyes exist, but don't quote me on that. I know we're getting pretty good on artificial organs in general. I don't know how available they are. I don't know, Lord Harriman. Didn't even occur to me. Can you die of starvation? I don't actually know. Where are we at? This way. One more day. One more. Yes, I have read One More Day. Took me a moment. Total lack of context. But yes, I have read Spider-Man comics. Yes, it really is actually that bad. All memeing aside. Alright, so. Save.
Need a ride?
For Lord Harriman's sake here. That's true.
It's the hops, bro.
Lord Harriman. Give him that. Circle back to where we at. This way. Yeah, don't worry. As soon as I take over the world, cybernetics is going to be something we're going to jump into. Maybe not genetic engineering. That's a little tricky. But definitely cybernetics. Ah, the Clone Saga. So close. So close to being amazing. But I won't go into that. Because that's a whole spiral right there. No, Mr. Red. But if you don't want the best choice, you can get Spacer's Choice. Well, the vampires have served their purposes, so I might get rid of them. What a dive. But it looks like my sanctuary has moved because I don't even have my computer here at this point. Okay, we have tested Lord Harriman's hypothesis. Where am I? I mean, dealing with genetic diseases, yeah, absolutely. Let's just do that, right? I'm sure there's a few things people would like to be rid of as a species. Hey, Jack.
You okay, kid? You seem a little, off.
Demons is debatable. It depends on how you define it. Ghosts do exist. Zombies do exist, kind of. So I think Nines killed the Malkavian Primogen.
Beg your pardon?
I saw Nines at the Primogen's mansion, and now the Primogen is dead.
I don't know. I don't know what score Nines would have to settle with a Primogen. Nah, come on, this can't be right.
I mean, I like Nines, but who knows?
Ah, bullshit.
Look, I don't want to sell out Nines.
You do what you gotta do.
Okay, whatever.
Hey, I heard that.
What?
Seth.
Okay. No. Go. Replicators are more of a problem because of their narrative purpose, but the idea of rearranging molecules into other molecules is something that's actually reasonably feasible. The main trick is specifically rearranging it in the precise ways, like changing something so that it's hot enough, or changing something so that it mixes with something else at the same time. That's the tricky part. Let me explain this a little bit differently. If you were to scan something, replicating that exact scan is relatively easy, assuming you have the ability to fabricate matter and rearrange matter. Now, scanning, like, you know, an apple and a banana and a chunk of sugar, and then turning those scans into, you know, a candied apple, That's a lot trickier. That's much more complex. And that is kind of how Star Trek posits they do things. Can I go up, please? Hey, yo.
Yeah, you go right on up and see Mr. LaCroix. Let's see what we got on good old camera 3. Oh, well, hello there. I've been thinking about you. Oh, yeah. I want to lick you all over. Then make my way down to your creamy center and... What the... Get your hands off my Bavarian cream!
Never change, John. Never change. And yeah, that is correct, internal system error. It doesn't change what I just said, though.
The Primogens still haven't been contacted by Grout. I thought I made it clear that you were not supposed to come back until we had heard from him.
Grout's dead.
Grout's dead? What?
Yeah. And this guy Bach set his house on fire. Nearly killed me.
Bach? Every time I think he's lost the scent. So, Bach killed Grout to draw me out.
Seems like Grout was already dead when he arrived.
Bach is a hunter. They stalk and kill our kind to appease their god. But like many mortals, their so-called faith is nothing but a conduit through which they quench their killing urge. Who else would have killed Grout?
I mean, Nines could have done it. He was there too.
Look at me. Are you sure it was Nines Rodriguez? Because if it was, the consequences... Do you know where this might lead? Do you really have any idea?
That's fair, internal system error. Rearranging molecules is what they do in Enterprise and TOS. By TNG's era, they turn energy straight into matter. So, I'm pretty sure that was Nines.
It means... Under most circumstances, I would call a blood hunt on the murderer immediately. However, the anarchs of this city may interpret such an action to be a declaration of war. I do not want a war with them. This decision will take some time. I need to confer with the Primogen on this. In the meantime, I've come to a decision on the Ankaran sarcophagus, and I believe that for the safety of the inhabitants of this city, we need to place the sarcophagus under Camarilla protection until its contents can be confirmed. You're becoming quite indispensable to me. So, out of all my available personnel, I'm going to entrust the retrieval of the sarcophagus to you. It was quietly delivered to the Museum of Natural History a few hours ago.
I mean, I can deal with that.
The manifest from the Dane shows there was a small box from the same dig on board, but it was listed as missing. Keep an eye open for it. It may have been overlooked. It's crucial we get the sarcophagus in our possession within the next few hours.
Sure.
Here are the keys to the front door of the museum. The sarcophagus should be in an examination room of some sort. There's a small security staff on site, but I don't want a massacre. Mortals are just as easy to deceive as they are to kill.
Right. Yeah.
There is a degree of immediacy attached to this task. Work fast. And, as on the Dane, you are not to open the Ankaran sarcophagus for any reason. Excuse me.
Good evening. Yeah, so you have no choice but to sell out Nines, which sucks. It's weirdly railroaded. And the other side, well, this isn't a detriment, it's just, I haven't really mentioned this because I haven't been showing this off. If you say no and decline him at every opportunity, he'll just dominate you because he has dominate in order to force you to do things. Because, you know, he can do that. Yeah, spoilers, sorry, but there is a certain point at which he no longer can dominate you, and it's actually exceptionally amusing.
Partner!
Nothing. Alright. But I think it's time. The Empire does have replicators. Throughput is their limitation, though. It takes an enormous amount of power, which takes an enormous amount of time. So they have infinite resources, but they can only produce X over Y. don't remember where the museum is. Do you know where the museum is? The museum's right there. What do you know? Anyway, someone actually answered you earlier, Eleazar. I assumed you saw their answer, which is why I didn't say anything. There is apparently something called Demon the whatever. I've already forgotten it because, yeah, that was a few minutes ago. I never heard of it. Stretch break! Only drunk on... Oh, and, you know, like, booze, I guess. Except not at all. So no. There's no drunkening. Hi, Michael Vania. Yeah, I was talking to my sis, sorry.
Help me! Help me! It's got them. It's coming for me now. It's coming for me.
Sorry, what?
My crew. We were here shooting for my show. I'm a parapsychologist. Haunted L.A. Oh, God, it was right behind me. We've got to get out of here.
What's behind you?
Look, I'll level with you. We usually fake these things, you know, ghosts. It's all bullshit. We were setting up downstairs, and weird shit started happening. My crew, they all started disappearing. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, wait here. I'll go see if I can find him.
No, don't go down there. We've got to get out. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
Okay. Good talk. Good talk. What? Well, I don't know who Linkara is off the top of my head. I have no idea what the zombie mission is off the top of my head. But I do know I love throwing televisions at people. Thank you, Zlartek. As always, much appreciated. Towards near death. I mean, replicant. You got it. Near, also known as the sound you make anytime you try to pronounce the game. What game are you playing? Near. What? Yeah, near. You say it again? Near. Alright, Yeah, I stopped keeping track. So many of them are hypotheticals. No, I do not, Elizar. I'm sorry. I'm sure I've done it before because I've 90% of this game, but it has no memory. Well, that was fun. I'm out. Moving on. Nothing over here. Yeah, okay. For real, though, I'm missing whatever I need to find. It's really debating giving that lighting thing a second negative, or maybe just, you know what I should do, actually? I should probably give the game a negative for lighting and then a separate negative for textures. I can't grab any of this. Nope. I can't grab any of this. Nope. Oh, here we go. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to commit to that. I don't know why I'm debating any of these. All of these things are codified negatives. Let's just do this here. This is a great game, though. Yeah, there's a reason this game is in the jank block. Hello, Jay. Stop checking. Nope, okay. Come on. For God's sakes, go. As I've said earlier, I literally see more of myself right now than I do the game. Just to further iterate my point from earlier. Like, I'm actually having trouble seeing past my own white shirt's reflection. And I'm stuck. There we go. Okay. I'm just glad I don't have to do a rumination on this one. Yeah, you do that very early on, Elizar. It's like one of the first quests. Yes to both. Both questions come. Well, Male is dead. Probably. Yes, that's right. I cast Celerity, so the mission actually... Or the mission... The Rumination came out years ago. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay. So... Have you ever seen one of those, here's a guide for a type of plaything? Things? Well... One of the commonly accepted guides for this game, which I myself also give this, is make sure you turn on the console, because it's possible to... We're soft-locked. We would have to reload a previous save here in order to be able to get back. So, just seeing... But yeah, that's why you have console commands, is because, you know... So, no clip. No clip. Get this out of the way, so that doesn't be a problem in the future. There we go. And now I'm stuck. Hang on. I don't really remember how scared I get, but that doesn't tend to get to me in general. Horror tends to either make me laugh or be bored. I've talked about that before. Yeah, no, I'm stuck. Twice in a row. I swear we're supposed to go down there. Oh, it would be nice if I had a flashlight. One thing Half-Life 2 got right. Although, in fairness, Half-Life 2 also got that wrong. In fact, we gave a negative for that, if you remember. Define gets me, Baron, because gross horror is something that I just push out. Just, nope, we're done. Not acknowledging it, not thinking about it, not watching it. Hey, to quack. Thunk, 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 thunk.
Real terror is not the sight of death. It is the fear of death. What is the fear of death? Terror of the unknown. Is it these eyes you peer into? No, I am not the unknown. You and I are closer kin than you and it were.
Why'd you eat him?
Drinking blood to sustain your death, you are damned, yes? What if, besides the blood of the living, you had to eat pounds of their flesh to maintain that thin facade of life? What would you call it? Twice damned?
You have to eat? I call it disgusting.
We drink blood. I eat flesh. Kine eat food. But Kine think us a monster. Without remorse, they would burn our body twice over to be certain we were destroyed. What is unnatural for some is vital for others.
Right. Who are you?
My birth name I tell no one. You may address me as Pisha. Pisha was the name of my companion and lover in a time before my death, 230 years ago. She has no need of it anymore.
Why are you living in this place?
My stay in this city is transitory. I seek relics of the occult traced here and would trade similar artifacts to acquire them. But if you wish to bargain with me, the Kine upstairs must be sent down here. He has seen too much.
You realize he's scared out of his mind, right?
Tell him this was all a ruse, his friends playing a joke. He will come. He must come down here. If he leaves, the frail disguise we wear for mortals will be seen through.
Are you going to eat him?
Eventually.
No. Just no. Besides, I've taken too many humanity losses lately anyways.
I made a request of you. Why have you not sent the man down?
Yeah, right. About that. No, there are actually quite a few different types of vampires. She happens to be one of them. Nagaraja. Past tense. She was one of them. Sorry. Okay, so now that we've not lost any humanity. The worst gaming company? EA is one of the least bad gaming companies. Let me start by saying that. But if you put a gun to my head and made me pick one, I would say either Warner Brothers or... no, it's Ubisoft. It's Ubisoft. I must have completely missed it, which wouldn't surprise me. It's kind of hard to see anything. Yeah, EA is the meme answer, not the real answer. Put it to you that way. I can handle a Masquerade breach. You know what I can't handle? Humanity loss. Where'd he go? Hey, dude. You can look it up yourself, Elizar. I will rather not get into that topic if that's alright with you. No, don't apologize. It's just no thank you. He's not even here. He ran. Yeah, there's just some crazy cannibal lady. That's not a Masquerade violation. So anyways, museum. I have not played Yu-Gi-Oh! I've seen a bit of it. Was very weirded out by it. No, but I could probably do a roleplay about this. Well, it's too late now, Jay. We're out. We're done. We're not going back to the hospital. We're done. We're done. It's done. But yes, bath salts. That woman was bath salts. What do you mean internal system error? Yeah, I know. I burned a lot of blood on her, the fight with her. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Once upon a time, there were flamingos. Then there were dinosaurs. They didn't look like this, but they look cooler like this. And that's the part that really matters. Health is to the left. I know, it's contradictory to have a big, red, blood-colored bar as a vampire that is not your health, but that's actually our mana bar. The health is the blue bar, you know, the color usually associated with casting. What am I doing here? Do it without killing anyone. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hang on, hang on. Fine. Oh, I'm sorry. The one not moving. Yeah, I see how you... The reason I said that was because our health bar wasn't moving. It was, as in, it wasn't going down, is what I meant. Anyways, who's Arch-Iman, Elizar? Give me a little context to work with here. Oh, Archimond versus Amon? Oh, I don't know. I'd be leaning towards Archimond, but I'm not sure. Amon has to work through agents for the most part. And with good reason. I do need as much exp as I can get 10-headed Hydra. Even though I've committed to cheating, and therefore don't need any exp whatsoever. In fact, what am I doing? Let's just go. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Night at the museum. Ba-ba-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I have no idea where it is. Let's see. It's a shame there's no knockout option. There's just kill or be seen. Absolutely, Mr. Red, I can. It's okay, I know the AI's secret weakness. Doors. Dr. Andres, aka the sarcophagus guy, will be working at the museum for the next few days. Show him the professional courtesy we show all our guests. Statue on Daryl's workstation is creeping me out. I was working through the night and I swear I saw it move. Isn't another gag, is it? If it is, I don't think it's funny. Mav has detected a virus in the attachment of this message. Those keys you found, they're Larry's. Tell him you put them in the lost and found. Okay. Yeah, one of the interesting problems that game design tends to have, which third-person fixes, is the camera will never actually have the amount of peripheral awareness a real-life human does. So you either need really good sound design, Thief 1, or you need... Or you need, like, a third-party thing, so you can see what you're doing. A comedy Batman? Okay, it starts off with the Joker beating Jason Todd to death with a tire iron. In this game? Well, I mean, undead is a pretty broad category, and ghosts are also undead, but I'll go ahead and say undead. Since I know nothing about the demons in this game. I have no idea. Hey, love Balthazar. Yeah, Thief's sound design is quite good. It'll be pretty much automatic positive territory when we get there. By automatic, I mean earned. It's obviously not the opposite of automatic. Gotcha, Jay. I believe you. Guys, I think Jay's crazy. He thinks ghosts aren't undead. Or I guess wraiths. Jan found the bear on the sofa and turned him into lost and found. Stop leaving your damn keys all over the place. I can't feed on the keys. Or the note about the keys, rather. To my knowledge, yes, but love Balthazar. Again, they have things like cell phones and cameras and all the stuff like that. Modern, at the time, tech. Really low on blood right now. Yeah, I know. You'd figure there'd be dungeon music that isn't super creepy. Like, it fits for some places, and then it's like, wait, why is this playing here? Either way, I'd have to know more about the afterlife effects for being a ghost to decide what I'd do about that. Ah, damn it. Whatever. Let's pull a hitman, shall we?
Hey, hold on.
No, I agree. I'm just messing with you, Jay. Despite what Lord Harrimont mentions, WoW logic is actually pretty clear about the differences between undead, dead, and living. And most settings are as well. The only difference is ghosts are actually undead when it comes to Warcraft. But there are still the dead. And they're actually dead. just usually the dead stop moving, at least in the mortal world. Or mortal plane, I should say. I have no idea how I would tier that Eleazar, so I suppose just whichever. I don't have any blood. Alright, do I have enough blood for this? Wrong blood. Just barely enough. Can you go living to undead? Yeah, I mean, we did, canonically.
Hey, hold still! Hey, right there.
But if you mean in Warcraft, the answer is, yes, but it's much harder to do. Generally speaking, it requires a substantial amount of power, artifact, knowledge, etc. No. Yes, you can love Balthazar, and you should. Drink those beautiful rats. For they are your salvation? Yeah, let's go with that. They're your salvation. Okay, I'm remembering how much of a pain it is to actually stealth through here. I might just commit to being spotted. I was going to actually reload, so I mentioned I was going to pull a Hitman earlier. Does this game have a difficulty setting? No. The weapons do nothing to me. That's because we're cheating. We have God mode on. But yeah, stealthing on this level is it's a thing, that's for sure. I don't understand the question, Gumgum. I hate my job. Yeah, that's a pretty common password. I'll be showing Dr. Johnson around personally. I think he'd prefer not to be pestered by the junior staff. Of course, if you have a question, I'll try to ask him for you. Relax, Adam moved the statue to another office. Oh, it told me to say hi. In keeping with good security practice, we have changed the code to 2358. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alright, 2358. What? Someone died. Damn it! Now I have to reload. God dang it. Well, whatever. 2358. Someone remember that. Hi, Mr. Reloaded. Why did we decide to cheat? How do I explain this? So, this game has a build into a corner problem combined with a combat funnel problem, which combines with a boss design, I think is what we'll call that problem. And all three of those mean that getting through this game is just kind of a chore, unless you know what you're doing and build yourself right for it, which obviously I have not done for the purposes of reviewing. The combat also sucks. I mean, we actually talked about this in Drakengard. The combat is swing, swing, and then you can wait a minute. Or, excuse me, swing, 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 wait a minute, or swing, swing, wait a second. Swing, swing, wait a second.
Someone there? Someone there? Hey, who's there? Someone there? Hey, who's there? Hey, hold it!
Damn it. Also, the AI is pants on head stupid. So, that's a thing, too. So, there's no challenge. And it's boring. That's two ways to get that code. And again, it's possible to just kind of screw everything up forever. How stupid? Well, they don't understand doors for the most part. Oh wow, he actually came through the door. That is astonishing. Earlier I beat a boss fight, no joke, by hiding in the bathroom, which she couldn't enter. But I'm here not to kill people, so... No. Well, I mean, yes, always are. Yes, I suppose, would be the answer to your question. I mean, you just get that much power in one spot, and that's effectively a tactical nuke, so that's gonna hurt a little bit. I have no idea, Jay. First best vampire game ever? Well, I don't know. Excuse me. It's okay, it may someday come out, Mr. Reloaded. It probably won't, honestly, but yeah, it may someday. So anyways, then I found the key to the door. Where am I at? And then I found another key. It was just right there. It was amazing.
I can't understand why someone would go through the trouble of stealing a box with a very ancient corpse. This city's not that dull.
Hi, Beckett.
I'm an archaeologist, so I thought I'd indulge in a quick study of this Ankaran sarcophagus everyone's so riled up about. My guess, from what I've read about it, is that it's a mummified Mesopotamian king. I needed confirmation.
What happened to the sarcophagus?
Since it's missing, I'm inclined to believe it was stolen, or intentionally misplaced, if you like. Clearly, though, it's not here.
Well, we didn't do it until today, Jay, so about 6 or 7 hours in. So do you know who stole it?
Interesting choice of words. Weren't you here to take it away? Wouldn't that make you an attempted thief?
Yeah, Prince LaCroix asked me to bring it back to the Camarilla.
That definitely doesn't make it theft.
So, do you know who stole it?
Every supernatural creature in Los Angeles is suspect, as are most human thieves. I suppose we may want to question magicians as well.
Did you get to examine it at all? Hello, Space Cadet.
Oh, I really wish I had. All this speculation about the sarcophagus containing an antediluvian and being a portent of Gehenna is making me cringe. These are the kinds of ridiculous, superstitious assumptions I came here to debunk.
I'm sorry. I'm an idiot who's never played this setting before. What's an antediluvian?
No one I know has ever met one. But each of the clans and their bloodlines supposedly trace their origin to an original vampire. An antediluvian. Some swear these grandsires still exist into the present. But then, kindred and kind believe a lot of strange things.
I mean... Thank you, Mr. Reloaded. As always. Who knows, maybe VTMB2 will come out someday. And who knows, maybe it'll be good. It's 2 coin flips in a row. So tell me about Gehenna.
Armageddon, Doomsday, the end of all kindred. It's a common facet of most mythologies. fear that the world will end. Many believe Cain and the antediluvians will return to consume or destroy all kindred. I wholeheartedly disagree.
What was this specific Gehenna? Does anyone know? You know, the one that happens right after this game? So I'm sorry, who's Cain?
Cain is the biblical first kindred and founder of the mythological first city, Enoch, a place where kindred and kine coexisted. I believe Cain's a figure concocted to personify the transition from nomadic society to agrarian society. That myth, like most, has been twisted by time.
That's true. Can you tell me more about the Thin Bloods?
Thin Bloods rarely exhibit features or powers of their clan, and many can't embrace. Some are even rumored to have reproduced. Many kindred are terrified that their weak blood heralds the dissipation of every bloodline. Somewhat of an ignorant reactionary response, don't you think?
So, any other signs of Gehenna?
What prophecy doesn't have vague apocryphal signs? Let's see. The usual ones cited are the appearance of Thin Bloods, Cain sightings, doom, gloom, that route.
I take it you don't believe in it.
As I said, many cultures have the fear of some form of apocalypse. Kindred believed in these stories when they were human, and naturally carried them over into kindred myth. But it doesn't take a supernatural act to cause widespread destruction. Humans and kindred are just as capable of managing their own destruction as a deity. A self-realized Gehenna warrants more vigilance than a god-induced one, don't you agree? Such is my argument, which so frequently falls on deaf ears.
Valid. How long have you been studying kindred lore?
For 300 years I've been trying to determine the function of our existence, the kindred's role in the world. I'm not content to attribute it to some act of supernatural biblical vengeance. We exist for a reason, and if it takes another 300, I'll figure it out. Any thoughts?
I mean, we are a predator species who have mutations with powers, who are arguably the next evolution of human beings. And the alien thing is... I'm gonna go with predatory. Well, no, Beckett's cool, Eleazar. He's from the rest of the P&P. I like aliens, though. Let's go with aliens.
The extent to which movies have shaped modern belief systems is extraordinary. Still, it's a better explanation than a divine sentence for manslaughter.
I mean, I really don't know.
My sentiments exactly, but there's time to rectify that. Well, my work here is stolen away into the night. Think I'll do the same.
Goodbye, Beckett. Have a good one. Beckett's cool. I'm so sorry, S.A. Rose. So, now the real question is, does that count as killing anyone? You'll notice I haven't saved yet, and indeed don't plan to. Unless, you know, we're set in here. Let's see what happens. Listen, we just kind of plot teleport, Mr. Reloaded. It's a very useful skill.
Oh, excuse me, starting to doze off there. Oh, I need to get a guard animal of some sort to alert me when folks come in. Maybe one of them chimps like on that show Ape Detective? Oh, that monkey always gets his man.
Never change, Chunk. Never change.
What? Oh, yeah, Mr. LaCroix's expecting you. For a young guy, he sure likes to work late. Me, I spent most of my youth in the entertainment industry. Yeah, I guarded the sets for over 6 top 10 TV shows.
Wow. I believe you. Chunk is awesome. And the best thing in this world. Someone asked earlier who's getting on the evacuate list. Chunk is getting on the evacuate list. We need to get him out of here.
The folly of leadership is knowing that no matter what you do, behind your back there's hundreds, certain that their own solution is the sounder one, and that your decision was the byproduct of a whimsical dart toss. I pronounce the blast sentence, and I soak the critical fallout. I make the decisions no one else will. Leadership. I wear the albatross and a bullseye.
Yeah, that's neat. What's funny about that, though, is, like, you'd say that, like, you know what you're doing, but, I don't know, I've seen some leadership decisions, and I'm pretty sure they literally do just throw things at a dartboard. Or maybe they just chop the head off of a chicken and play a kazoo while it lands at some point on the wheel.
The blood hunt on Nines Rodriguez for the murder of Alistair Grout will be called. Rodriguez's execution is only a matter of time. I have lit the fuse. If a war ignites, it's my head they will sharpen the pikes for. At least I can rest easy in knowing that you, my most promising attendant, has relieved me of one encumbrance tonight. Do you need assistance bringing the sarcophagus up to my office?
It was stolen.
Stolen?
Yeah, it was.
Stolen? How? Who would... Oh, Gary. Gary, you treasonous maggot. I should have anticipated your treachery, sewer rat.
I'm sorry, Gary?
The Nosferatu Primogen. The Nosferatu were responsible for finding out where the sarcophagus was taken after the Dane, and for getting keys to the museum. They were the only ones who knew. It's obvious to me now. My mistake.
But
I want him found. I want him... found. The sarcophagus could be exploited, causing who knows what catastrophe to this city. If it were to fall into the wrong hands...
Sure thing. I'll find Gary and the sarcophagus for you, buddy.
The Nosferatu lurk in the filth below the streets of Hollywood, but not even I know just where they hide. Hollywood is, unfortunately, lacking in any Camarilla loyalties. Hollywood's baron is an anarch named Isaac. Isaac's more civil than the anarchs downtown, but nonetheless he wears his mistrust of me on his sleeve. He may know how to contact the Nosferatu. Find Gary and get him to talk. That sarcophagus could be used against us. Do not come back until you have it. Now, I must announce the blood hunt and bear the brunt of all consequences. Escort him out.
Good evening. So yeah, you remember the sewer level? The sewer level? You be the judge, Elizar. Oh, hey, I frenzied. I mean, that taxi driver does not give a damn, so... Nah, Elizar. Oh, Jesus Christ, last time I saved was back here. Okay. Make sure that's on. We're gonna do a thing here. Let's see where we at. Where we at? And up here, over here, and then over here. Holding it. How long do you want me to hold it for? I mean, that'd be pretty OP, but I wouldn't call that, you know, God, that's a bit much.
I bet you could understand why, Mr. Red. I'm an since it's... Oh, Armageddon. No one... Cain. Thin. As human.
Yeah, what's funny is everything I just did is something you could do in lore in this game.
Yeah. My...
I mean, you can't in this game. Oh, you can kind of come close. But yeah, some of the higher level stuff, yeah, no, you could actually walk through walls and just kind of god mode and make your way through stuff and yada yada yada. Like that is a thing. The high tier powers are stupid in this setting. Why would I kill Chunk? Chunk is amazing. Chunk is the only good person in this whole setting. Well, okay, maybe that's exaggerating, but he's one of the only good people in the whole setting.
I pronounce the blood. At least I can. Stolen.
Stolen.
The no. I want him. The Nos Hollywood's best. Find Gary.
And now to execute Lord Reloaded. I mean. Okay, we didn't frenzy this time, so that's nice. Now to execute Gary.
Hop in.
Once and for all. And now we have access to Hollywood. Yay! Hub number 3.
Ain't seen you here before. And if I haven't seen you, neither has Isaac. So that's your next stop.
Where can I find him?
Isaac's in the jewelry store at the end of the street. Consider yourself invited.
I'll head over there. So, Iron Giant reference. Friggin' chicken. I mean, I'd buy it. Alright, anyone want some friggin' chicken? Yeah, there's the lucky star. We can finally continue that quest chain. Let's save for a minute. And continue side questing. Friggin' chicken. They're friggin' good. Yeah, it sells itself. You don't even need to do much marketing research. Just, you're there.
Sorry, no vacancies.
I'm just looking around.
Feel free, man. This is a treasure trove of human banality. Working here, you meet lots of types, man. You get stories, you get characters, you get, like, you know... This is the kind of place where writers go to study human behavior, man. It's invaluable.
You're a writer?
Writer's such a tarnished term, you know what I mean? It's like every other guy says he's a writer, right? Like, you write a letter, you're a writer, you know? It's like, what I do, that's screenwriting. Like, I encapsulate the essence of excellent film in my scripts, all right? Like, I'm like a blacksmith with pens, all right? I'm a welder of montage.
So what do you write?
Does a writer write, or does he just, like, ink the flotsam and jetsam floating in his subconscious into a 120-page piece of film genius? But, you know, most of my subconscious is filled with old horror films, so that's what I write mostly, I guess.
What kind of horror film are you working on?
Me? I'm, like, looking to redefine the vampire movie, okay? Like, tons of people make vampire flicks, like popular characters, but me, I'm going to be doing the real deal. Like, not only is it going to be scary, but it's going to be believable.
Vampires? What do you know about vampires?
Well, in my story, it's not like about garlic and bats, okay? It's about vampire societies and stuff. You know, like, what would vampires be really all about? I mean, how do they blend into society without being discovered?
Option 2, in case you can't read that, is, well, it sounds to me like you know too much. I'm sorry. You must die. It'll never catch on. Now, I got an idea. Hear me out. Vampire baseball and high school.
Let's see who else we
It'll be huge. You just watch. I could use some blood, though. Yeah, why would you ever put donuts on the ground? God. I'm sorry, I've never heard of that, Eleazar. Anyway, so we need to also make a thing where a werewolf falls in love with a vampire's baby on first sight. I feel like that's the right call.
Oh my god! My work is done.
What? What? Hang on, +1 to what counter? No, Jay, I'm good with it for right now. Where'd the body go? God, imagine if bodies just vanished in real life after they died, you know, Final Fantasy style. That would be really interesting when it comes to certain industries. Considering how much of a gargantuan problem corpse disposal has been for all of human history, including now. Did I like Twilight? You're funny, Eleazar. And yes, I do, Disco, sorry.
I could have swore I told you to see the Baron. Yeah, that was a laugh. Except my sense of humor is a little askew, you know? Conflict just cracks me the hell up.
Alright, I'll go see him. God, dude. I was just trying to track down a murderer and get a space burger, and then... Petrochem. Petrochem? What? So anyways, let's find his jewelry store. Hey, there's Vesuvius. Some people think that Jeanette, or Therese, is the eye candy, whatever that's called in this game. No. Vivi, she is. If you don't get why I'm weirded out by Petrochem, don't worry about it. What do I think of Vivi? I guess we'll find out, won't we? Play, obey. Troika Games, and they went bankrupt a couple months after this. I've never heard of the Twilight Zone, I'm sorry. It's alien to me, I'm afraid. I've definitely never heard... I don't know how to sound more sarcastic, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Neonate. Isaac Abrams. I've been expecting you. Seems the wooden soldiers of the Camarilla shuffle in a little too often these nights. That baby-faced two-bit Prince LaCroix got something to say to me?
You tell me. One of your goons directed me here.
Very courteous of you to stop by. All kindred that enter my domain are expected to introduce themselves. It may seem like an outdated formality, but it serves its purpose.
I thought LaCroix was the prince.
LaCroix. That egotistical fop. His reach in Los Angeles far exceeds his grasp. Prince. Don't make me laugh. Prince is a title. An outdated and absurd bit of jargon given to any fool that would scheme hard enough for it. I don't recognize it, and neither will any kindred under the protection of this barony.
So says the Baron. I'm just saying. I'm really not interested in your politics, I gotta be real.
Is that right? And exactly what kind of business would that be?
I'm here to find the Nosferatu.
So, you've come to barter information with the sewer rats. LaCroix must really be desperate if he stooped to consorting with their kind, and asking for my help of all peoples.
Yeah, sure. Look, you got any idea where I can find him?
Perhaps. However, before we discuss how I might help you, there is the matter of tribute.
Were you not just 10 seconds ago talking about outdated stuff and politics and schemers? Was that something that came out of your mouth, or am I just imagining things?
Call me old-fashioned, but this is my barony, and as is tradition, a token of respect must be paid.
Fine, I'll get some earth and some water.
What I want is a simple exchange. Last week I paid for a certain item, a movie, and this evening I got an email saying that the seller is ready to deliver it. Unfortunately, he's become a bit paranoid all of a sudden. Won't meet me in person, won't drop it off, won't even answer his phone. Says he'll send the location of the pickup to a computer in the nearby internet cafe tonight. You see where I'm going with this?
Sure, I can do that.
Go to the Ground Zero Internet Cafe. Look for a directory named Joseph K. and use the password Kafka. There'll be an email in there that will specify a nearby location. Meet the contact, pick up the item, come back. Not too painful, right?
Sure, whatever.
Excellent. In the meantime, consider yourself a welcome guest in my barony. Welcome to Hollywood.
Thanks. By the way, you can play a complete asshole in this whole game. All it really does is make people dislike you. It doesn't really change anything, but it's kind of funny how some people react to that. Vivi is actually probably one of the biggest examples of someone who the tone with which she interacts with you is completely different based on that. But you still get all the quests, and you still do all the quests. It's just, you know, she can't stand you, and she wants you to go away as quickly as possible.
Oh my gosh, is that you? Everyone was worried sick about you. When you didn't show up and didn't call and nobody knew anything about what happened to you, we thought you were dead. Are you okay? You know what? Never mind. We have to help you.
It's not necessary. I'm fine.
Is it drugs? Something like that? Look, let me make a call. We'll get you some help. Nobody's judging you. They'll be happy to know you're alive.
Who are you?
It's me, Samantha. Don't you... Did you suffer amnesia? Is that it? Let me make a call. We'll get everybody together. We can talk. Maybe you'll remember something. The important thing is that they know that you're alive.
I mean, they, so... They can't know, okay? It's cool.
I don't think you know what you're saying. We're gonna help you. You'll see. Everybody just wants to see you safe and back to your old self. Wait here. I'm gonna make a call. It's gonna be okay.
Samantha, I... Okay. Terran, probably, Elizar. I had to pick one.
It's gonna be okay.
No, listen. Samantha.
Hey, Jenny. Yeah, it's Sam. You'll never believe who I found. You know who disappeared a little while ago? Yeah, I couldn't believe it either. He just walked by me in Hollywood. He's right here. Anyhow, something seems wrong, and I wondered if you could call a few people and... Well, he didn't recognize me at first, and I think it might be drugs or something. He needs our help. Okay. Well, maybe we could check him into a hospital or get the police involved. Well, we can't just leave him here like this. He's... All right, call them and I'll keep him here. Just let everybody know he's alive and that we're gonna get him some help.
Masquerade violation.
It's gonna be okay.
Yeah, okay. I'll take it. Whatever. I'm not killing her. I mean, you know who Arcturus Mengsk is, right, Elizar? Let's go to the Internet Cafe. And Gaming Center. Has anyone ever been to an Internet Cafe? I cannot raise my hand on this one. that's the wrong one.
Good evening to you all the same.
Back alley behind the fast buck. You know what? I guess I'm kind of lying. My kind of place. Oh, Mengsk. Easy answer, Eleazar. At the very least, Mengsk is consistent. With Palpatine, you have to ask which Palpatine, because there's 5. Anyways, Palpatine's more evil, though. All of them. So, except for the first one. I used to go to libraries, and you could just... The way it worked, it was actually really simple. You sit down, you play it, you have access to the library computer. It had some pretty basic rules. They were extremely easy to bypass if you know anything about computers. But the long and the short of it was you could sit there forever unless someone else wanted a slot. Like, if someone wanted to sit down and do something, then and you were the first person there, then you're out. And there was like a queuing system. It was kind of cool, actually. You're probably thinking, what did you do with that, Laura? Well, I used to do that when I was homeless. And that was how I used to keep up on some of my webcomics. Which probably dates me on that one a little bit. And, there was a few message boards I'd check. Just normal stuff. That way. I haven't checked webcomics since... What? Why? But yeah, I haven't watched Red Comics since this morning. Because I still keep up on several of mine. Yeah, apparently biting a rat is worthy of being shot. Who knew? There we go. I want to kill the jackass who got me caught, but that's whatever at this point. Evening, officers. Tempting, but no. Isn't this the fast buck? No, this is the red spot. Where's the fast buck? I mean, it's Oblivion rules, Jay, I get it. There's fast buck. Look, what's easier to believe, Mr. Ed? Florida Man or Sabat? Think about it.
Yeah? What do you want?
Are you the guy with the tape?
Yeah? I mean, what? Who the hell is Isaac? I don't know anyone named Isaac. Get lost, pal.
I mean, I know about the tape. Just give it to me, and then you can go.
Tape? What tape? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I'm getting the hell out of here.
Fine. Look, everything's cool. What are you so scared about?
All right. Sorry. It's just that... I mean, something is... I just want out of this whole thing. I don't want anything to do with that damn tape.
Why?
I don't know. I mean, when it comes to video, I've seen everything. And I do mean everything.
Gross.
With this thing, It's sick. It can't be real, but it is. I know it. It's real, and it scares the hell out of me.
I mean, how could it... It's just a tape. How could it possibly be that bad?
Oh, you have no idea. It's disgusting. That girl. The things that are happening to her. It just ain't right, man. It just ain't right. No. Something's wrong. Something's after me. I swear to God, something's after me.
What are you talking about?
Every place I go, wherever I look, I see things. In the shadows. My phone rings, I hear something breathing on the other end, and... Shit. I'm out, man. I'm out of this whole thing.
Alright. Just give me the tape.
I don't have it. I stashed it someplace. Look, you need to find Ginger Swans. Huh? What the hell was that? Oh, shit. Did you see that? I'm getting the fuck out of here.
See what?
What the...
Oh, Christ!
Roughly, Elizar, yeah. Well, sure. Let's see if we can find that place he just mentioned. This is the far end on this side. Yep. See if we can find Ginger Swans. Favorite mammal? People like mammals? That's just crazy. Ugh. I can't think of one off the top of my head. I suppose tigers.
You made good time. Hand me the item.
He didn't have it.
Did he at least make a good excuse?
He said something about a ginger swan. Does that mean anything to you?
Ginger swan. Swan. Not an animal. A name. Brings back a lot of memories. 70 years ago, wasn't a man in this city that wouldn't have given up his family, career, or anything else for one night with her.
So where do I find her?
That depends. You believe in an afterlife? Ginger Swan's been dead since the 50s. 20 years after, there are still grown men weeping at her grave. I don't know how she's relevant, but I have faith you will figure it out.
Dead actress. Right, this makes complete sense. God, let's not talk about flesh crafting. I just noticed that load screen thing there. Is that? No, okay. Do 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 is my answer to you, Elizar.
Going somewhere?
No, Elizar, it was not. Yeah, obviously it's the cemetery. I don't remember where that is.
Lovely evening.
Off the top of my head. So we're gonna do something else in the interim. Back to the good hub. I mean, Disney has done a lot of things which has made the world a worse place, so I'd say they qualify as evil. Unless you're working for them, of course. In which case, they're even more evil. Okay, it was on the other side. Damn it, it was on the other side of town. Whatever. No, I think Kane, dang it, is just amused by the whole thing. I'm surprised you're even up right now, Disco. But if you want to tell me where the graveyard is, I don't mind you telling that. Will there be a post-stream rumination? Nope. This game already has a rumination. I'm not into repetition. And I don't know about you, but I'm not into repetition, so... You keep throwing cars at me, I'm gonna have to lose it a little bit here.
No! Back off, vampire! Stay the fuck back! I did nothing to you!
Why'd you kill that guy?
What the hell do you care? I don't give a damn if you understand.
I mean, I'd love to hear your explanation.
Why? So you can pass judgment on me? So you can decide if those murderers deserve to be gutted? You'll never know how it feels, never!
I mean, you could try to make me understand.
My family, my children were butchered by small-time criminals just looking to rob a house, steal a car, take whatever. No sense to any of it. No plan, no ransom, just kill them because why? Because they were there, in the way?
I mean, honestly, there's probably nothing you could have done.
Not one of them paid. My whole family dead, my life gone. I'm supposed to let that happen?
So these were your revenge.
I tracked them down, hunted them, one by one, caught them all. The one you saw in Hollywood, he was the last of them.
So it's complete.
Revenge, justice, whatever you want to call it. All I thought about is taking these evil animals, ripping them to shreds and licking their blood from my claws.
The good news is you did it. It's over. You're done. You can get on with life.
I don't know. Butchering those bastards was the first time I felt anything since my family was torn from me. I'm sure there are others out there whose crimes have gone unpunished.
Listen, Titus. Hang on. Pull back a little bit. That's the beast talking. It's got a little bit of a hold on you.
At least I put it to use. How many vampires have used their abilities for a just cause? At least I did something!
I mean... you need to practice control, otherwise someone's gonna come after you, like the sheriff.
I can't turn my back on the evil in this world.
I mean... I mean, maybe you shouldn't turn your back on the Masquerade?
I won't answer to anyone and you'll never take me alive, vampire.
no one will take from me again. No one! Either we go our separate ways here, or one of us dies.
You know what? I'll wash my hands of this. Don't surprise me if you wake up staked. You do you, buddy. You do you. Listen, all I'm saying, Lord Harriman, is after I take over the entire world and destroy all the vampires. Here we go. I have no idea, Elizar. It'd certainly be a different world. I mean, can you imagine a world without puppies? Because I can't. It's okay, Beckett was on the evacuation list. Along with Chunk. I mean, I know Chunk's not a vampire, but he's out. He's cool. Okay. Back to Hollywood.
Where to?
I could live with that, Jay. I mean, if I'm at Q level powers, I'm not super worried about things. Jeanette and Therese need help. So, yeah, no, they're probably on the evac list. Of course, who doesn't, Elizar? Yeah, Heather's on the evacuation list, too. And yeah, Margaret, the lady who just tried to help us because she's cool. Right. Okay, I want to explain why I was just standing there looking weirded out for a second. I was hitting several buttons trying to pull up the map. Because I'm so stupid, I forgot there isn't a map for this. Alright, speaking of which. Lily and E? Oh yeah, no, they're cool. They're cool. I don't know if VV's on that list yet. We'll figure that out. What do we got here? I know, it's the realm of a total madman to think of something like a map or a mini-map actually being in the game other than being a Pong thing that you can interact with. Mercurio? He's alright. He's alright. We could save him. Kilpatrick? Nines? Right. There we go. Jack? No. We haven't met VB yet, no. We're still doing the Isaac stuff. A snob character in a story like? Probably. I can't think of any, of course, but I'm sure there's at least one or two somewhere. What, Kane? I don't know. I don't know much about Kane. He's surprisingly straightforward, but it could just because he's manipulating everyone constantly. Like you do. Alright. Which is at the complete opposite end of town. Yeah, Jack, he would probably be insulted by the thought of being saved. So he can stay here and burn when Gehenna hits. No skin on my back. Patty. Who was Patty? I'm sure he would, Eleazar. He's a pretty good person to think and talk around stuff. No 50s. Yeah, I think you're right, Mr. Red. Let's burn that place to the ground. Oh, wrong hand. There we go. See that. I reiterate my visual complaint. There's already been 2 negatives, so I'm not going to add another one. Listen, I don't know why they do the Bruce Almighty Moon thing. I really don't. It's just a thing. It's a stylistic choice, you know? No, Strauss would not be evacuated. He's not just part of the problem, he is a direct instigator of the problem. People like Strauss are part of why vampire society is the way it is. I mean, my monitor is exceptionally bright, yes. I don't know why the game is so dark. Other than bad lighting design, which I do think this game has bad lighting design, but... yeah, I got nothing. I mean, you can kind of tell how bright my monitor is because a chunk of this light is from the monitor. Granted, the biggest problem why most other people probably don't have issues is because they don't have a studio light right there and right there shining in their face. Normally, it's not an issue. In fact, I think this is actually the first game I've ever had issues seeing what the hell I'm doing without, you know, without any problems. But anyways, moving on. Where the heck? I'm turned around now. Let's sit in the mausoleum. So let's try there. Let's see. Is there one for a turtle in here somewhere? Time to do it the old-fashioned way. Which one was the UK? What would Lord Garithos do or say in this game? Well, the first thing he'd do is he'd be incredibly racist. And then he would get killed. And that would probably be the end of that. God, that barely helps. I was wall bumping, but obviously I wasn't wall bumping enough, so we're gonna have to wall bump even more. We have to mega wall bump. I mean, Kime would fit right in. We already talked about that. There we go. I'm pretty sure any Azeroth character would be rather overpowered in World of Darkness. Relatively speaking. Okay. Whatever, I got your snuff film. Can I delete this? How do you delete a VHS tape? With a hammer. I've actually done that. In real life. World of Darkness is low and very high tier at the same time. Who was Venus, Loke? Or are you talking about Vivi? In which case, I don't know. Well, most of the setting is low tier, and then there's the people who can literally alter reality and mind control entire cities at the same time, and adjust how gravity works, and all sorts of other ludicrously high tier stuff. Oh, Venus is the lady from The Confession. No, Elizar. We are higher tier than we should be, but this game overall is still pretty low tier. It's actually one of the reasons I like it. I've always liked Vampire the Masquerade more when it's low tier, and that's not just me and my usual preference for low tier. It's just, I really do think that it works better when it's low tier. Oh, I agree. That's why I rewrote Gravity for my setting. No, really. Gravity needed to be changed. It's problematic. This way. Where I'm at this point. Oh, wow, Bragman. I'd say why, but, you know. Oh, I couldn't possibly go into it, Elizar. Gravity causes so many long-term issues, it needs to be rewritten. In all honesty, I wouldn't mind rewriting Gravity in real life. Very carefully, of course. There's some very big, very potential long-term consequences of Gravity, as it currently exists. How so? Nope. I'm not going to sit here and talk about it for an hour. But I did a lot of research on Gravity, and holy crap. I mean, any force that affects basically anything, including the possibility of, I don't know how to phrase that. I don't know the words. Because it affects whether or not there is such a thing as a concrete reality, you know? Among other things.
Don't have it, do you?
All this for a tape? They have this thing. It's gonna be huge. You should invest it. It's called Amazon.
I didn't doubt you'd find this. And I apologize if I was overly imperious before. A reflex action. I get a lot of young blood in here forgetting their place. I'll assist you as reasonably as I can with your task. But first, this tape. I'm in a hurry to find out what's behind all the hype.
Why are you making me watch this?
I do have a feeling that whatever's here may be of use to both of us.
Help me, please.
Who's filming this? Like, how are they filming this? Where's camera?
It's more disturbing than I was led to believe. You can understand my concern now, can't you?
Why the hell did I need to say that? Thank you for giving me that dialogue option.
It just so happens that around the time this snuff film started circulating, the Nosferatu disappeared. I tried to elicit their help in tracking down the source,
and for the first time in all these years, I was dismayed by their absence.
So, you think this has something to do with that?
I assume it does. It's awfully coincidental otherwise. And those creatures. I don't know how many professional FX houses could pull those off. There's a problem, though, in that the film's incomplete. The first half is damaged. We need a complete copy.
So where's the better copy?
Behind the spit-shine gloss of the Hollywood Dream Factory, there's another city churning out a vile byproduct for the furtive consumption of a debauched audience. I have no doubt the film's found its way to another smut peddler. I'd ask around.
Okay. Do I have to see more of this game? Is that where we're at with this? Is that the nature of this? See you around, Jay. Probably Sparrow. At least so it doesn't work that way, internal system error? On what's the next month after this one? May? On May 5th, there's going to be a post, internal system error. And you'd be like, and you go onto that post, and you respond to that post, and you say what you want to put it towards there. And that's how I keep track of that, because just keeping track of it not in an organized fashion is not only actually impossible, but also total chaos with regards to double-checking and several other things I had to do from a paperwork perspective. But don't worry. I've been pretty good about putting those posts up every 5th of the month, because I have to do all that stuff manually. Where am I? I'm totally turned around. Wow, I cannot eat that guy. Let's make this very clear what I want out of this situation. Thank you. I don't think automating it is possible. There's too many things I would have to check in too many ways that a script can't actually do. Especially since I have to interpret names, I have to figure out latest donation amount, I have to figure out latest donation time, I have to figure out current status with regards to checks. I have to then track all of that into a text file, which is relatively easy to do, which also often involves interpretation, since several times people would be like, hey, I want to put it towards something new, which is always a manual process, there's no way to automate something new. Or, you know, I want to put it towards something that has been axed, or something that's already been run, which would also be a manual process, and so forth and so on. Put simply, I don't think automating it is on board. Like, if someone donates right now for... hang on. Pokemon Coliseum, an automated process wouldn't know to say no to that. An automated process would say, okay, and then put it on the list. And I'd have to go and audit the process, which would mean at that point I'm doing it manually anyways. I mean, I could just automate everyone can donate anything forever, but that has many, many problems, not the least of which being the fact that it would probably only be able to keep track of that via either a pre-existing list, which would be a nightmare, or everyone would be able to type it differently, which leads to one of those funny little things where you have 15 people all donating for the same game and 15 different spellings of that game. I don't want to go into the porn store. Do I have to go into the porn store? You know what? No. I reject this game. I refuse to go into the porn store.